Hey, who's the new Trump administration? Trump admin. The administration. No, not you. What do I expect? Presidency, Trump administration. This is 5 hours ago. What is that? White House archives? Oh, I was already here. So who's been confirmed so far? Trump? So we have Trump. We had President. We have Vice President. We have Vance. The Secretary of State looks like Marco Rubio. Pete Hegseth for Defense Secretary. Dude, I gotta get a better notes. Let me use Notion. Get Notion free. I'm just gonna start using this. Email. What is Notion for? It's for note taking, right? Click anywhere to start typing. All right, private. What is this? Delete. Monthly budget. Delete. Whatever it is. Oh, they have AI. Notion AI. All right, private. Trump's. New administration. I'm just gonna copy and paste what I have so far. And we're done with notes. No more notepads. Can we bold this? Bold it. I like it. This is much better. Alright, Pete Hegseth. Who else? Who is Trump looking at for his 2024 administration or cabinet? Cabinet includes Secretary of Agriculture, Commerce, Defense, Education. Oh, just give me the list. Secretary of State, Treasury. There's a Treasury. There's a Department of Defense, Department of Justice. Department of the Interior. What the fuck is that? There's an agriculture? Do you need all these people? Or can Trump say, I don't need it, just get rid of it? There's a Department of Commerce. Labor. Health and Human Services. God damn, bro. How many do you need? Do we need Department of Transportation, probably? There's labor, transportation, I guess. Department of Energy. Department of Education. Veteran Affairs. McDonald's? Something McDonald's. Homeland Security. This is the important guy. We need we need this guy at the front. Then who is this? Defense Secretary? Secretary of State? Is that the cabinet? Treasury. Do we have Treasury? Yes, we do. State, Defense. Secretary of Defense. That's Pete Hegseth. I want to know who the Homeland Security guy is. It used to be... it used to be Mayorkas, right? One of the most incompetent people. Right. Who's our Homeland Security? Kristi Noem? Oh.
The honor of leading and serving alongside. And that means everyone in this room and everyone in this department, from the greenest cadet to the most decorated generals. I am more proud to be your teammate than words can ever convey. Now, soldiers tell war stories, especially old soldiers. So let me end with one.
He wasn't alright, dude.
And it's the same one that I used to end my speech when I retired from the Army in 2016.
But I guess the incompetence comes from Joe Biden himself.
Little knowing that my path would bring me here today. And it's one that at least one member of this audience is very familiar with.
This is a Senate hearing,
because he was there with me. His name is Ted Koppel.
Ted Koppel.
In the spring of 2003, I was leading the 3rd Infantry Division through the Karbala Gap in southern Iraq. The night before our charge, we were locked in a huge artillery duel.
He was working as
with
the
elements
Department
of the Iraqi Republican Guard. And we knew that in the morning, we would have to execute one of the hardest maneuvers of the Iraq War. And that was to get an entire heavy division through an
Where's it
area
right now?
only
Ian
2
McCarty?
kilometers wide.
Who is it right now?
That night of
It's
fire
not
and
John
thunder
Kerry.
finally passed,
Oh, Anthony
and dawn
Blinken.
broke. And as we were about to move out, a
What year
Bradley
is this,
fighting
bro?
vehicle
What?
rode past our
This
position.
is
And on its
2008 or
antenna
something.
was an
2012.
American flag. Now that flag was tattered and torn. It was dirty with desert sand and
cabinet.
dust, but it flew proudly amid the winds of war. I will never forget that sight or that moment. And the memory of seeing that flag came back to me as I thought about my remarks
Remember
today.
CIA. Director Central.
Francis Scott
Alright,
Key
this is
gave
important.
America our anthem with his poem about
The
a
rest of
flag
it I don't
that
really care about.
catches the gleam in the morning's first beam.
Foreign Affairs, don't care.
And I often think
Doesn't
about
like
that
that.
one flag on the
The
battlefield,
CIA, I want to know who the FBI is.
snapping in the wind, ripped and battered, but still bold and proud. And I think of the courage of every American soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, and Guardian who has carried our flag over the centuries into battle in defense of the great experiment in democracy that we call the United States of America. That is the flag for which we fight. That is the flag that carries the hopes of our founders. And it is the flag that honors the sacrifice of our fallen. That is the flag of our values, the flag of our vows, and the flag of our vision. It still waves over the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Is it over?
And I know that you will never let it fall. And I know that you will proudly carry forward the flag of the United States of America with courage and drive. Thank you. May God protect our troops, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
Is he crying? He might be crying a little bit. Well, whatever the case. Thanks. Thanks, bro.
And there you have it. That is the Department of Defense farewell ceremony for Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. You heard him speaking there. Coming up in just a few minutes, we are to hear from Secretary of State Anthony Blinken as he gives his farewell comments as well. In the meantime, I do actually want to take you out to some break.
One is obviously a skill set when it comes to managing hard problems. She led our state through the pandemic, managed what were extraordinary circumstances all across this country in a way that made South Dakota, frankly, a magnet for people from other states who were trying to flee or get away from some of the heavy-handed requirements that were imposed in other states around the country.
I have no problem with this administration.
Stayed open, stayed free, and that was largely due to her leadership. And I would say, too, as we tackle what is an enormously complicated and hard issue, which is our southern border, it's going to require a skill set, which I believe she possesses. It's going to require a tremendous amount of persistence and determination, which I think she has, an enormous amount of energy, which she has in abundance. And frankly, what I would say is just absolute toughness. It's going to take some tough and hard leadership to get things back in order. And I want to refer to something she said in her State of the State address earlier this week to South Dakotans, and that is that over the past 4 years, we've seen a complete disregard for the security of our borders and the safety of the American people, to say nothing for the rule of law. Chaos at our southern border and the Biden administration left our country vulnerable to a whole host of security concerns from terrorist entries to cross-border criminal activity like drug trafficking. I think it's well documented, and I think it's high time that it gets fixed. And we have somebody nominated by the president that I believe has the capabilities, the qualities, the experience, and again, frankly, the determination and toughness to solve what
Rand Paul?
Her character. It's my honor to.
When does she start speaking?
And turn it over to her.
Thank you for those great introductions. The committee has also received several statements in support of Governor Noem's nomination, including a letter from 22 fellow governors the International Association of Firefighters, and 6 other organizations. Without objection, these letters of support will be made part of the hearing record. And I know our senator's going to have to go, but thank you for coming and doing those introductions. It's the practice of this committee to swear in witnesses. Governor Noem, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Governor Noem, you are now recognized for your opening statement.
All right. What's your mission?
Well, thank you, and good morning, Chairman Paul, Ranking Member Peters, and the
She put
distinguished
on a
members of
lot
this
of
committee.
makeup.
I'm honored to appear before all of
Look
you
at that.
today
She
as
put
the
on a
nominee for
lot
the
of makeup for
Secretary of
this.
Homeland Security. I want to thank President-elect Donald J. Trump for his confidence in my leadership, and the people of South Dakota for their fantastic support throughout my time in public
You can
service.
tell it is a big moment
I would
for
also
her.
like to express my sincere gratitude to Senator Kramer. He has been an invaluable resource to me throughout this
what,
process.
Kramer?
Gratitude to Senator Kramer. He has been an
Kramer.
invaluable resource to me throughout this process and given me much wisdom as well as insight into the
he
thoughts
dead?
and the procedures of the Senate
No,
in this body.
why is this black and white?
I'd also like to express my gratitude to Senator Thune, the majority leader of this esteemed
John
body.
Thune?
He's been an advisor to me for many years as well as a friend, and I'm so grateful for the generous support of these 2 men and their willingness to be here this morning to speak on my behalf and to introduce me to this committee. Now, I'm a wife and a mother and a grandmother, a farmer,
She's a
rancher, business
grandmother?
person. I've served in our state legislature, in Congress for 8 years, and also a governor. I've spent my entire life in rural America.
She's a
I
grandmother
understand what
at
it means to work
53.
hard every single day and to build a better future for your kids and for all of our communities. I come before you today with a deep sense of
She looks pretty good
responsibility
for
and a
53.
humility as the nominee to lead the Department of Homeland Security.
She looks pretty
And
good
also a commitment
53.
to the more than 330 Americans who we will work together to help serve and to keep safe and secure in their homes and in their communities. Now, before I proceed, I want to introduce to you my husband, Brian, who's here with me today. He is my constant 24/7 reminder of our dedication to public service and that it's not a solo effort or done alone. He has been a rock by my side, and I appreciate all of his love over so many years. I'm grateful that he's here with me today. Now, securing our homeland is a serious, sacred trust that must be relentlessly pursued and can never be taken for granted. Being safe within our borders here in America is critical, and yet Americans feel less safe than they have felt in decades. For the first time in 30 years, more than 40% of Americans are afraid to walk alone at
So,
night within
you
a
know
mile
how
of their
China
homes.
has the 4-year plan, the
President-elect
5-year plan?
Trump is going
This
to
is
change
our
that.
4-year plan.
I've seen firsthand the challenges and the opportunities facing our great nation. In the 20 years since the Department of Homeland Security was formed, the nature of the threats to our homeland has grown and they've evolved. This department was created in response to the failures of the government that led to the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks. And that reality is not lost on me, especially in the wake of the recent terrorist attacks over
So
New Year's.
basically, it's a surveillance
Now, I've led South
department.
Dakota for the last 6 years with a focus every day on making our state safer, stronger, and freer. I focused every day on making the best decisions, not just for right now, but
Is
for
it right?
generations to come. I've overseen a state budget of over $7 billion and
It
a
was
state
created
employee
when?
workforce of more than 13,000,
All right.
including more than
right.
7,000
It
that
was
report
created after
directly to the
2000.
governor. I've addressed important issues like
What did we do
cybersecurity, human
before
trafficking,
then?
drug interdiction, and also natural disasters, the same challenges that are
was
facing so many of you
DHS
and the people that you
created?
represent back home. I've secured our state and supported the rule of law. And if confirmed, as the 8th
Nation's
Secretary,
ability to prevent,
that is the same
respond
approach
to,
that
and
I will
recover
take to
terrorist
leading
threats.
the Department of
That's
Homeland
the
Security.
FBI's
As we
job.
face the evolving threats of the 21st century, the mission and the success of DHS is more critical than ever. We must be vigilant and proactive and innovative to protect the homeland. The challenges in front of us are extremely significant.
I feel like
and we
some
must
of these
secure our
are
borders against illegal
overbloated.
trafficking and immigration. We must safeguard our critical infrastructure to make sure that we're protected against cyber attacks, respond to natural disasters, and also terrorism. I firmly believe that we can meet those challenges head on with resolve. Innovation, we can use collaboration with federal and with state partners. And senators, I want your input. Border security must remain a top priority. As a nation, we have the right and the responsibility to secure our borders against those who would do us harm. And we must create a fair and a lawful immigration system that is efficient and is effective and that reflects our values. President Trump was elected with a clear mandate. He needs to achieve
not a
this
clear
mission
mandate.
because 2/3 of Americans support his immigration and border policies, including the majority of Hispanic Americans. I was the first governor to
did
send
get a
National
mandate on
Guard
certain
troops to our
things.
southern border when Texas asked for help and when they were being overwhelmed by an unprecedented border crisis. If confirmed as Secretary, I'll ensure that our exceptional, extraordinary Border Patrol agents have all the tools and
What is
resources and
RFK
support
doing?
that they need to
I'm
carry out their
excited for
mission
RFK's
effectively.
hearing.
The same is true of my commitment to the outstanding men and women of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They are responsible for apprehending, detaining, and deporting illegal immigrants. And getting criminal aliens off of our streets and out of the country will help American communities be safer again. The bravery and the dedication of the Border Patrol and ICE are unmatched, and I will restore dignity to their work.
So whatever she
The
says
rising threat
really
of
doesn't
cyber attacks
matter.
also demands our
right?
utmost
If Trump gives
attention.
orders, she has to
And
do
our
it.
critical infrastructure, from energy grids to financial institutions, is under constant attack by foreign adversaries and criminal actors. As Secretary, I will prioritize a comprehensive, whole-of-government approach to cybersecurity.
What's important is the defense,
In fact, in the coming
the
days,
state.
we have to plan bigger and think faster and smarter. I fully acknowledge that Washington, D.C. do not have all of the
I don't
answers,
even think
and
vice
therefore
president
I
is
will
that
leverage
important.
private-public partnerships. I'll advance cutting-edge, state-of-the-art technologies to protect our nation's digital landscape.
And none
And
of these
I will have
really.
a proven track record of doing this in South Dakota to back me up. I've helped make Dakota State University a global leader in cybersecurity education because we recognize the need to address this
You
emerging
don't have a
threat.
lot of
And I will take a
power
proactive approach
in
if
these
given the
departments.
opportunity to serve as Secretary.
Okay, so the
Now,
power
President-elect
really
Trump
is
has
foreign
been
affairs,
a tremendous
which is
friend
Secretary
to
of
law
State,
enforcement
Defense,
over
and
the
the
years,
President.
and I will do the same in my role as Secretary. As
That's where the
governor,
decisions
I've
are
worked
made.
closely with law enforcement to make South Dakota safer. I've overseen hundreds of state troopers in the South Dakota Highway Patrol, and on several occasions, I've convened groups of law enforcement from across our state to address policies that will make our people safer. In fact, while some in this country were attacking law enforcement and defunding them, we took the opposite approach in South Dakota. We recruited law enforcement officers to move to South Dakota, a state that respects their service and their sacrifice. And we revamped our law enforcement training to provide the first ever state-led,
What are people saying about
tribal-focused
it?
law enforcement training academy. I'm very proud of the work that
The
we've
radical-
done in cooperation
the
with
radical
our
left? What do you
tribes
guys
to
think?
help make their communities more safe.
Thoughts?
And we must remain vigilant against terrorism and against others who wish to do us harm to our
K9
country
missions
and to our
positions
great
as
people.
serious risk.
I'll ensure that our intelligence and our
top
law
target killed
enforcement
the Coast Guard's
agencies are working
dog.
together hand in hand, that they're fully equipped to detect, prevent, and respond to threats from radical ideologies and foreign
In all reality,
adversaries.
I don't think
This
a
requires
career politician
resources,
should be the head of DHS.
coordination,
I believe it should be
and
someone with
collaboration
experience.
across all levels of government. And once again, I will seek your wisdom
killed the
and I will
dog for
seek
no
your
good reason.
input
That's
into the
what they
months
talk
ahead.
about?
For the sake of the people that we both represent, we have
That's
to
all
get
they
this
talk
right.
about?
Now, I recognize that Homeland
does South
Security
Dakota
isn't
feel
just
about it?
about prevention, but it's also about resilience. When disasters strike, as we know they will,
Is
the
that all
Department
they
of
talk
Homeland
about? The
Security
dog?
must be ready to respond swiftly, efficiently, and
I actually
effectively
supported her.
to
You can
protect
just-
the
okay,
lives
let's
and the
see her
property
approval
of
rating.
Americans. As governor, I've worked with FEMA in response to a dozen natural disasters in South Dakota. These have included historic floods, tornadoes, blizzards,
Unfavorite.
wildfires,
Show me the
a
ratings.
derecho, and even a global pandemic. As Secretary, I will enhance our emergency preparedness and strengthen FEMA's capabilities. And we will ensure that no community is left behind and that life-saving
All the
services
guys
like
approve of her.
electricity and
All the
water are
females
quickly
disapprove of her.
restored.
What's going on
As
here?
Secretary, I will oversee the Secret Service, an
The
agency
young
that is
people
in
hate her.
serious need of
Old people
reforms.
love her.
We all
Party?
saw the threats to President-elect Trump last year and the consequences of failure.
Okay.
Now, that should never happen again. And I've worked closely with
The
my own gubernatorial
independents
protective
are
detail,
saying they don't like
and
her.
I'm familiar with what works
So I
and
guess
what
she's not
doesn't
that
work.
popular
And I'll bring
as a
that
governor.
experience towards strengthening the Secret Service once again. I'm committed to working with this committee, with Congress, and with the
Statewide.
dedicated men and women of the
52,
Department of Homeland Security to
46.
fulfill our mission. And together, we can ensure
That's
that
not
the
very
United
good.
States remains a beacon of freedom, safety, and security for generations to come. So thank you for the opportunity and the honor to appear before you today. Thank you for the meetings and the time that you took in your office to discuss the department and what we can do in the future to make the American homeland much more secure. I look forward to your questions, and I hope to earn your trust, and hopefully also your vote as we embark on this critical work together. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Governor Owen. We will now proceed to questions. Each member will have 7 minutes. We will have a vote that will start at 10 a.m., but we're going to continue the hearing and keep people in line as you come and go to vote. We'll keep the hearing moving. I want to be clear from the outset that we will not tolerate any disruptions. The Capitol Police have been asked to escort anyone immediately from the room if they disrupt the hearing. This is a standard question, Governor Noem, that we ask of all nominees. Governor Noem, do you agree without reservation to comply with any request or summons to appear and testify
Alright.
before any duly constituted committee of
Is
Congress if you
Christy
are confirmed?
Nolan's
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
views.
I'm going to reserve the rest of my
Political
time for my
views.
questions and go to Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Nome, the DHS Secretary has many competing priorities, as you well know, and you outlined certainly in your opening comments, from
She's conservative.
borders to fires to
Advocates for minimal
cyber
federal
attacks.
government
But
interference.
as you
I
and I
agree with her.
discussed at length, and I appreciate
Supports
you bringing
empowering
up in
states
your
to make
opening comments
decisions
as
on
well,
issues
we do
like
have a
healthcare,
northern border,
education,
in addition
pandemic
to a southern
responses.
border. It's absolutely essential.
Pro-business
that
and
the DHS
economic.
has the resources necessary at the northern border to carry out its mission. Both between ports of entry and all along the border.
Too slow, man.
In fact, we've seen an increase in unauthorized crossings in recent years at the northern border. So my question for you is, if confirmed, do you commit to ensuring, along with the southern border, that the northern border is sufficiently staffed to maintain its security and robust trade between the U.S. and its neighbors, including at the Gordie Howe International Bridge in my home state of Michigan, have the resources they need to facilitate trade while keeping Americans safe?
Yes, Senator Peters, you and I talked about this in your office and also with Senator Slotkin as well, how important it is to continue to remain focused on our northern border and all borders and ports of entry that the United States has. I think there's been some universal...
Pro-business economic policy, pandemic management, gained national attention for her hands-off approach. Gained mask mandates and lockdowns, emphasizing personal responsibility and freedom. Second Amendment, voter of gun rights, vocal supporter. Expand concealed carry in South Dakota, pro-life stance, firmly opposes abortion and supports restrictions. Signed one of the strictest abortion bans in the country, prohibiting the procedure except to save the mother's life. Wow. Damn, bro. Agriculture. So she's like a conservative. Immigration at border policy. Strict immigration policies, including securing the southern border and opposing sanctuary cities. Education. Paternal control over education, including opposition to critical race theories, promotes school choice and charter schools. Climate and energy policy, skeptical of federal climate change initiatives. Supports fossil fuel development, pipelines like Excel Keystone, opposing regulations on carbon emissions. Social and cultural changes. Strong as a part of traditional conservative values, signed a legislation restricting transgender athletes from participating in women's sports, opposes efforts to expand LGBTQ rights, infringing on religious liberty. As infringing on religious liberty? No, not really. So I agree with her on, I agree with her on half the things.
Concern from some of the committee members that as we focus on the southern border and what we're seeing as far as the invasion there and the amount of people crossing, that the northern border would lose focus. But that will not happen, and we will ensure that our borders are secure and we're addressing all threats that may come in from any direction. And also with the bridge as well and staffing up on that as well. And I've assured Senator Slotkin as well that our focus is there to make sure that it is staffed appropriately.
Very good. And as we discussed, the department is diligently working to stand up the Northern Border Mission Center at Selfridge Air National Guard Base in Michigan, following the authorization and funding that I was able to secure in the last Congress. This center is critical to supporting the department's northern border security missions and addressing evolving threats. So quick question, if confirmed, do you commit to working with me to fully build out the Northern Border Mission Center?
Yes, Senator, we will look forward, and I look forward to working with you to ensure that is a priority and that it's adequately resourced, and working with Congress and senators to make sure that we have what we need to make sure that mission for that base is fully fulfilled.
Great, thank you. On New Year's, we witnessed two incidents that reminded us that terrorism and extremism remain...
Hold on, this music doesn't fit. This music doesn't fit, man. Why are we playing anime songs? There we go. There we go.
Serious threats to all Americans. Both DHS and the FBI have consistently said that the most persistent threat to the homeland is from U.S.-based individuals or small groups radicalized by a variety of ideologies, from white supremacy to ISIS to Al-Qaeda. We must certainly continue to focus on people who are radicalized here in the United States with the intent of terrorizing our communities. So my question for you, ma'am, is how do you plan to address this threat of U.S.-based terrorists?
Senator, this is a grave concern for our country, as we all agree that the #1 threat to our homeland security is the southern border. In fact, since Joe Biden has been president, we've seen 382 individuals that have come over that
Ron
border
DeSantis.
that are on the terrorist watch list. Behind me have the governor of Louisiana with me, and he and his state and people in this country went through a horrific event on New Year's
Favorability.
Day. And one that we never want to see repeated again. But this governor behind me is
What's
concerned
going on,
also
man?
about an upcoming event, which is the Super
Do
Bowl
American
coming shortly,
government authorities.
which we need to do all that we can to work together, that he has the reassurance that the federal government, that the Department of Homeland Security is prepared to help him protect that event and to keep people safe while they are there. Those 382 terrorists
know,
are known terrorists that
40s.
have come over our border.
No, I
We don't
know
know
for
necessarily
sure
where
that
they
Ron
are
DeSantis
because
is a
of what has
popular
been
governor.
happening under Joe Biden's policies. Now, President Trump obviously won the last election with a clear mandate, and that mandate is for the American people to
All right,
secure
let's
that
go
border.
by
But
how
also,
big the
we need
margin
to
is.
focus on domestic terrorism and homegrown terrorism, which you just referenced in your question. Homegrown terrorism is on the rise. We see more and more incidents of people that are U.S. citizens that have become radicalized, and knowing when people are leaving the country and coming back and changes to their behaviors and what their actions are is critically
this.
important. So the resources that the Department of Homeland Security has needs to be utilized as far as identifying those threats and being proactive to
Josh
prevent
Shapiro.
them, but
Wow.
also protecting civil rights and liberties in that process, and making
Where's
sure
Ron
that
DeSantis?
the department is on mission to do what it was called to do, why it was
54.
created, and what authorities that Congress and the Senate has given them. My hope is that Governor Landry and his staff and his
Christine
people and the
Noem.
people that attend the Super Bowl know that the Department of Homeland Security is their partner, is on watch to protect them and to keep that event safe. I hope all Americans know that leadership has
Gavin Newsom
consequences.
is
I hope
56.
that we can get through and get your support for this
Christine
nomination to get
Noem.
confirmed quickly so that we can address the threats that we currently face and make sure we don't have any repeats of the day that we saw just starting this year on New
Up.
Year's Day.
Damn.
In
63.
the
That's
last 2
pretty good.
years, we have seen
So she
increasingly
is a
aggressive
competent
and expansive
governor.
cyber attacks against our
She's
federal
like top
agencies.
5.
Just last month, Chinese hackers infiltrated the Department of Treasury and stole
Vermont.
potentially
Phil Scott,
thousands
what's
of
going on in Vermont?
unclassified documents. So given these concerning trends by the PRC to hold our federal networks hostage, do you believe that
Dakota,
federal agencies should be required to
GDP,
implement cybersecurity
North
upgrades
Carolina.
and maintain the highest cybersecurity standards to protect sensitive or classified data and U.S. citizen information as well?
Well, Senator, the mission of CISA, which is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, the mission of it is to hunt and harden. It's to find those bad actors and help work with local and state infrastructure, critical infrastructure entities so that they can help them be prepared for such cyber attacks and that they can make sure that they're hardening their systems
What is
to
this?
protect them in the future, recognizing the
GP
vulnerabilities that they have.
figure
CISA's gotten
2019.
far off mission. They're using their
see
resources
the
in ways
growth
that was
rates.
never intended. The misinformation and disinformation that they have stuck their toe into and meddled with should be refocused back onto what their job is, and that is to support critical infrastructure and to help our local and small businesses and critical infrastructure at the state level to have the resources and be prepared for those cyber attacks that they will face. You know, Salt Typhoon was a campaign of espionage by
Oh,
the
shoot,
PRC in
too.
China against our
And
telecoms,
racist.
where large amount of data was stolen and taken, and people's private information was taken as well. And we've also seen China and the PRC go after our critical infrastructure with the Volt
She won by
Typhoon hack.
61.
And
God
that
damn.
was extremely dangerous because there was no reason for them to
50?
do that,
Okay, so she
just
did
to
pretty
steal
good.
people's data and information. The reason for
70,
them
God.
to go after that was to control our critical
Holy
infrastructure,
shit.
or the ability to see if they could shut down a water plant, a utility company,
61.
and that was to cripple our country. So these threats are real. CISA needs to be much more effective, smaller, more nimble, to really fulfill their mission, which is to hunt and to help harden our nation's critical infrastructure.
So she comes in at 50% in 2018.
Thank you.
Senator Scott.
She grows it to 62%. She's pretty good.
Governor, congratulations on your nomination.
Hey, what's up?
I think you're going to do a great job.
So she knows what she's doing.
I think it's great that you're a governor and you bring that expertise to the table. So I just went through the campaign to get reelected, and it was after the Butler shooting. I'd asked people, I said, at all my events, I said, raise your hand if you think the acting director of the Secret Service is going to tell us what happened. Not one person.
Can I
I
chat?
said, what about Secretary Mayorkas?
Nah,
He's running HHS. What do you think?
I don't want to chat.
Homeland Security. What do you think? I said, how about Christopher Wray? Head of the FBI? Not one person. Can you just talk about the importance of transparency and accountability in government and how you're going to bring that to the table?
Yeah, Senator Scott, thank you for that question, because that's what I found across the country as well, and I know it's certainly true in my home state of South Dakota, is that people don't trust the federal government. They don't trust our leadership and this current administration that's in the White House right now to tell them the truth. to tell them the truth about what the threats really are, about our agencies and departments, when there are failures, addressing them and fixing it. The Secret Service is one of those perfect examples. They need leadership that understands why that Secret Service was created and what it needs to do. There's two elements really that the Secret Service is tasked with, and that is protective detail and then also investigations. Yet we see investigators within the Secret Service out there investigating antiquities and other things that are off mission when they should be focused on making sure we're addressing national security events with the protocols that are necessary and protecting the individuals that they're charged with and getting that skill set and training that are necessary. That's been compromised by not having enough people there and being adequately staffed and resourced. But frankly, the leadership hasn't been honest about talking about it. We saw this with the drones over New Jersey as well. The federal government not answering the questions from the public. And when they finally got a straight answer out of President Trump, they felt reassured that somebody recognized that this was something they were questioning and that they deserved answers. My goal and my mission is to build trust. We will undertake a large job and a large duty that we have to fulfill that the American people expect us to do by securing our border, to make sure that our nation is a nation with borders or we're no nation at all, and that we are making sure that those criminal actors that are perpetuating violence in our communities and in our cities and towns and states are removed from this country, that there's consequences for breaking the law in our country again. There has to be consequences because when Americans break a law, there's consequences. And why would we ever allow someone to come in from another country and not allow them and not have consequences or allow them to continue to go forward and to commit rape and murders and break other laws that endanger our society. So we've had over 13,000 murders that are loose in this country that have come over that border. We've had almost 16,000 rapists and sexual assault perpetuators that are loose in this country right now. 425,000 plus people have criminal convictions that are here illegally in this country that our current administration is doing nothing to round them up and get them out of our country. We will be doing that immediately, and that will be the priority. And that is one of the reasons that today the American people have lost their trust. President Trump will build it back and know that their federal government is accountable to them and is working to put America first again.
Appointed by the president.
Joe Biden completely opened our southern border.
May designate individuals to serve as borders or just question
As a
issues.
former governor,
Not a
I know that,
statutory role.
when the federal government policies are broken and failing Americans,
It's
you see
not
the impacts in your
established by
state.
law,
Just
does
like I
not
did when I was
require
there.
Senate
You
confirmation.
take the steps necessary to protect the families in your state. I know you've done that.
Overlap with DHS. Responsibilities of a borders often overlap with those of cabinet officials, particularly Secretary of Homeland Security, who has primary authority over border security.
Helping secure the border.
You know, we certainly have seen the effects in South Dakota that many of your states did, and I would say
Okay,
every
so
state
she's
has
gonna
seen
be
the effects
working
of an
with-
open border and the policies that have been under the Biden administration. We saw increased crime, but we also saw increased drug activity. We saw Intel and their affiliates moving into our state to proliferate trafficking, and we saw people being victimized and a lack of accountability with the federal government. So when Texas was addressing the situation and asked other governors for help, we sent help. I know many of the other governors at the time were sending law enforcement, but I made the decision that at that time that it was more appropriate to send the National Guard, that our National Guard could be activated under Title 32 and sent to assist another state from the invasion that was happening, and because the National Guard is trained for just such a mission. Because of this invasion, that it is a war zone down there with what they are going to see, the threats that they would see, and that they are trained specifically to interact with other agencies. The National Guard is used to falling in with other agencies and cooperating with them and can do that seamlessly. And their families and their communities are normalized to them being deployed. So we have in South Dakota deployed our National Guard to the southern border 8 different times. 2 of them were federal deployments that the Biden administration sent them down there. One was to send our Lakota helicopters, which were used for surveillance and the drug interdiction that was going on down there. But 6 other times I sent them under state activation to partner with Texas and other states in securing our southern border. They did security operations. They also did building of the wall and partnered with Texas, recognizing the failures of the federal government. The failures of the federal government are significant, and we've seen our families and communities devastated by those effects, by the drug epidemic, by the trafficking that's going on, the increased crime. And we recognize that just because the federal government wasn't doing their job, we could not fail our state. And I needed to protect the people of South Dakota, and the people of South Dakota were overwhelmingly supportive of these deployments.
Why are
very
people
proud of our
shitting on
National
him?
Guard.
When I was governor
like
of
this
Florida,
guy.
there was a terrorist attack in Paris by Syrian refugees. So President Obama was president.
Why do people hate Gavin Newsom? He won by 60%. That's pretty good, bro. In Florida, he won by 59. They got the same score.
And I said, I'd like to know if you're going to send refugees to my state, that you give us some background on them. You know, I assume you vetted them and tell us what's going on. You have to tell me, but you ought to tell our state law enforcement and our local law enforcement. All right, that they said, go jump in the lake. They're meaner than that, but they said, go. You know, you have no rights as a governor, which had made no sense. We had over 70,000 people come here after Afghanistan on planes into this country, completely unvetted. right? They've never given our governors any information. So would you change that?
Yes, the communication between states and the
Okay, I'm
federal.
not hearing anything. Let me just hear interviews. Christine Noam. I just want to see an interview. Interview? Dog? Something about dog? I don't really care. Confirmation hearing? Takes questions. All right. Let's see you take some questions. Let's see you under pressure. Nothing short of an invasion.
Reasons why South Dakota will continue to be an example to the nation. But before I go, there's one more thing that I wanted to talk to you all about. You probably know that President-elect Trump and President Trump have called on me to serve, if confirmed, as the next Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. It's a tremendous honor and a great responsibility. The mission of the Department of Homeland Security is to keep the American people safe from the threats to the homeland. Now, the situation at our southern border is nothing short of an invasion. And over the last 4 years, America's border security has been purposely weakened and ignored. Our laws have not been enforced, and this has led to millions and millions of law enforcement encounters with illegal aliens. That doesn't include the millions of gotaways that we're aware of, and it doesn't include the ridiculous number who got in through the CBP One app, and it doesn't include the many thousands who caught a free plane ride into our country courtesy of the federal government. Now, too many of these individuals disappear while they wait for an asylum hearing before ever showing up for a hearing, sometimes years later. As you know, I've taken a stand against this invasion. We've deployed our South Dakota National Guard to our southern border 8 times, and that includes 5 state deployments to support Texas's work to stop the flow of illegal aliens. I went to the border myself several times, and I saw the illegal immigrants infiltrating our country. I saw our National Guard troops enforcing our laws and building a wall. Ladies and gentlemen, leadership has consequences. And we see the consequences of Washington's indecision right here in South Dakota. We've seen activity from cartels and their affiliates in some of our poorest communities, and our states around the other country, around the rest of the country, see it as well. Increased crime, increased drugs, overdose deaths, violence, rape, human trafficking, and murder. Even known terrorists have crossed our border amongst the illegals, and they could be anywhere. The invasion is an existential threat to America, and it threatens our national security and our economy. So the basic question is this: what kind of country do we want to leave to our families? I want to leave them a state and a nation that's even safer and stronger and freer than the one that I grew up in.
Marco Rubio.
We will move now to Senator Paul.
Senator Rubio, congratulations
Even the
on your
Democrats like this guy,
nomination.
right?
One of the questions that I've asked over time to secretaries of state as well as ambassadors and others from the State Department is, can you name for me instances where sanctions have changed behavior for the better? Now, I'm not going to ask you that question now. I'm going to wait till you come back to ask you. There's a preview of what I'll ask you the next time. But the reason I bring that up is that I think,
well, sanctions is also for our protection too, right?
As a way of
like it cuts off dependence.
You want better behavior out of a country. A country's doing something you don't like. You'd like them to change their behavior for better through sanctions. And I think it rarely works. And I think we pile more on. Now, some would say, well, sanctions are just to punish them, and we just want to, Russia invaded Ukraine, we're just punishing them.
No,
and
we're cutting off dependence.
They kind of
It's
work.
both
I don't
sides.
think they're deterring Russia's behavior or changing it. But really, sanctions can have effect in a couple of ways. I think the threat of a sanction, the same way the threat of a tariff can have an effect on behavior. But once placed, I think a sanction or a tariff only has effect on someone's behavior if you remove it. Now, you mentioned earlier a little bit about discussing ways to unwind some of the sanctions ultimately on Russia. People mentioned, well, we never want to let them sell energy again. No, you have to let people enter back into the world. That's how you're going to get behavioral changes. And it really will have to be part of the peace. If there is going to be a negotiated peace, the one aspect that makes us part of that war are all the sanctions. And so it really should be offered up of removing that and going back to normalcy when we can find a resolution to the war. I'll give you an example of where I think often the State Department loses its sight of its mission. Instead of being the Department of Diplomacy, which I think it's supposed to be, it becomes just an extension of the Department of War and muscle, and we show how strong we are through the State Department. But really, when bellicose statements come from other parts of the government, I
Graham
see the
Hall
State
should have a
Department as the one
position.
that shows up and tries to still have a conversation.
He needs a libertarian when it comes to like all of
I
these.
think because of remarks, you had been banned from travel to China. The ambassador that's been nominated also has had statements that make us question whether or not he'll be received in China if he becomes the ambassador to China. When Blinken and
Marco
Yellen
Rubio
went to China
is a
recently,
China
they decided,
He
and
picks
I'm not
Seth.
arguing with the goal. The goal
No.
was to get China not to sell
Focused
dual-use
on
parts to
military.
Russia to use in the war against Ukraine. A noble goal. I share the goal.
Lethality.
But they got to China and
Christine
they
Nolan
shamed
is a
them in
common,
public and called them names and
diehard,
told them they're terrible people and they should quit doing it. I would
conservative.
argue that there's another way to try to get
Trump.
behavioral changes.
He's pragmatic.
I would argue that the opposite of
And
sanctions
Vance,
is
I don't know
trade.
what Vance is doing.
And so we have a lot of sanctions on China.
Trump follower.
If I'd been the one going to China with a mission, I would have said to China
Tom
very
Homan.
quietly,
He's a
we
border
may not
hawk.
be able to undo everything, but perhaps we could undo one bit of sanctions that will enhance your economy by X amount if you'll agree to quit selling dual-use parts to Russia. And I think that's just it's a different look on things, and I don't think we're getting it very often. I guess my hope is that you will think about a different way of doing business other than just saying, let's sanction everybody and let's call people names we don't like, because I don't think it helps. I think it actually makes the situation worse. That doesn't mean we curl up in a ball and just say, do whatever you want, but there has to be some give and take. There has to be something we take back. And so I guess my general question to you would be, we know a lot about the stick, we know about sanctions and this and that. Do you see any possibility of any carrot with China to make relations better with China?
Well, let me first say, indeed, I've been strongly worded in my views of China. Let me just point out, they've said mean things about me, too. And I'm not sure that they're fans of mine in that regard here. My role now as the Secretary of State is to lead the diplomatic wing of the
Who else got a Senate hearing?
and that will involve engagement. The fact of the matter is, in a mature and prudent conversation, and I would expect that they, at the end of the day, are also mature and prudent practitioners of foreign policy. They've got 1 billion people and nuclear weapons in a large economy. We have 400 million people, the largest economy in the world.
Lobbyist,
And it is in
politician,
their
member
interest,
of
our
the
interest, and the
party.
interest of the world for two great powers to be able to communicate.
She's
in fact,
a lobbyist.
despite everything I have said, I have consistently throughout my career said that it is that geopolitical balance between our countries that, or imbalance,
What is she
developing
running
imbalance
for?
that is the greatest risk to global security and prosperity, because that could quickly trigger not just a trade and an economic conflict, but an armed one, which could be catastrophic.
General.
Never
All right.
in the history of mankind have two powers like the United States and China ever faced off in a global conflict, and the outcome would be catastrophic, and we should want to avoid it, and so should they. So the bottom line is this: yes, we are going to have to deal with China. They're too big and too important in the world, and they're going to have to deal with us. And my goal is that it is dealt with in a way that furthers
She's a
our national
lobbyist,
interest.
so
What
I don't
cannot
quite
continue
trust
to
her.
happen is that China continues to assume all of the benefits of the international system and none of its obligations, all the benefits of global trade and commerce and none of its obligations. Your point on sanctions are important. I think that one of the things that's happened over time is we have adopted this view that we're going to be involved in less armed conflicts, which I think is a positive, generally speaking, right? Most would agree. The only other alternative left in the toolbox then is economic sanctions. And while I do think that you can question whether it has an impact over the changing behavior of a country, it can achieve two things. The first is it can deny a nation state the resources they could use to fund more of that activity. Let there be no doubt. If the Iranian regime had more money because of no sanctions, they would have spent more money on Hezbollah,
Department
and Hamas,
of Justice,
and their missile
okay.
program, and the Houthis and others. So
It's
I
the
do think there is
Department of
value in that
Justice.
regard. And the second is, to be frank, leverage. When you sit down at a table, let's say we talk about Ukraine and the need to end that conflict. When you get and sit at the table, and the United States is involved in those conversations, hopefully, to reach a peaceful settlement of that conflict, you're going to have to give, not just get. And sanctions and the release of sanctions could be a part of that, assuming that the conditions are appropriate. So I do think sanctions also have a role to play in that regard. But I would not diminish the part about denying resources for governments and countries to carry out nefarious, denying them the ability to have the resources to carry out these nefarious activities.
I think you're right, and the point is probably valid with regard to Iran. Probably not so much with China. I don't think we've denied China resources, and I think their resources extend beyond what we can do. I think our sanctions are more, prodding them, but not really damaging their economic prospects. With regard to the concept of diplomacy and how we make things better, or attempt to make things better, I think if we have absolutes, we tend to not understand really the way diplomacy has to work, because it is about engagement, it's about hearing the other side. It's not about accepting their position, but it's about at least knowing what the position of the other side is. With regard to NATO and Ukraine, to a person, the State Department under the previous administration is adamant,
move our
and
supply
so are
chains
many
to America.
Republicans, that there's absolutely no way
have
we
one
will
in
ever
Texas and have one in
say that
California,
Ukraine could be a
maybe
neutral
Florida.
country. That absolutely they will be, and it is our absolute prerogative to invite anybody we want to into NATO. We can say that, and we have the ability to do that, but there are consequences to that. And one of the
I want to see Pam Bondi. Is she a genuine person? She's the DOJ. Just see an interview on Fox. Okay. She's a lobbyist, so my trust level already goes down.
Hey everyone, I'm Alexis McAdams reporting in West Palm Beach, Florida during the Trump transition. So let's break down exactly what's going on, because there's been a lot happening over at Mar-a-Lago. We know Matt Gaetz is out and Pam Bondi is in. Who's Pam Bondi? She was the first female attorney general in the state of Florida, and I'm told she's tough, smart, and will shake up the DOJ. Watch.
Merrick Garland is our chief law enforcement officer in this entire country. You know, we talk about the weaponization of the FBI, the CIA, ATF now, the IRS. Well, it all starts at the top with Merrick Garland. He has to respond to this. He has to be held accountable. This is way too important for the American people, and our justice system is at stake, Sean.
Pam Bondi became a member of Donald Trump's impeachment defense team and was a local prosecutor in Florida who worked on a wide range of cases, everything from drug trafficking to human trafficking and even capital murder cases.
All right, tell me about her. What kind of person is she? Republican, serves as Attorney General from Florida, 2011-2019. Human trafficking made combating top priority. Advocated for strict penalties. And not just what she says. What did she do? Accomplishments. Drug prices played a leading role in fighting opioid. Strongly supported death penalty. I don't know, man. Opposition to the Affordable Care Act. Okay. So she does seem pretty smart. Protecting Floridians from scams and deceiving business practices. Oh. Second Amendment rights. Strong advocate for gun rights. Opposed abortion. LGBT opposes environmental issues. Combating scams related to environmental protection rather than advancing. Okay. Roles in national politics. Support for Donald Trump. Vocal supporter, especially during the 2016 presidential campaign. So she's one of them. She was one of the 2016 Donald Trump. If you supported him, you were seen as a crazy person. Let's hear her talk.
President, appreciated the opportunity to address your and I am tracked your previous statements that Trump won Pennsylvania in the 2020.
You cut me off
ask you the
when I
next
was
question
speaking.
You can speak, and I hope you answer this fine.
Well, I'd
now,
like
when
to
we met
answer
yesterday,
the previous one, Senator.
When we met yesterday,
You pointed your finger at me and
you
said
did not
you were
seem
speaking.
to be familiar
let me answer
with
my question.
the
I'm not going to be
Citizenship
bullied by you,
Clause, the
Senator
14th
Padilla.
Amendment of the United States of America, which was deeply disappointing.
I guess you
And I'm
didn't want to
hoping
hear
you're
my
more familiar
answer
with it
about
today
Pennsylvania.
after I gave an opportunity to study overnight. So can you tell me in this committee what the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment says?
Senator, I'm here to answer your questions. I'm not here to do your homework and study for you. If I am confirmed as
You're
Attorney
the one
General...
asking for a confirmation
hey,
vote,
you
ma'am.
cut me off. Can I please finish?
What does the 14th Amendment say?
Senator, the 14th Amendment, we all know, addresses birthright citizenship. I've been a state prosecutor. I've been a state AG. I look forward to, even given your remarks today, working with you and the people of California if I am confirmed as the 87th Attorney General of the United States of America. I didn't take your homework assignment. I'm sorry. I was preparing for today.
So on the 14th Amendment, now you've testified repeatedly to this committee that you will uphold the laws of this country and defend the Constitution of the United States. Do you believe birthright citizenship is the law of the land, and will you defend it regardless of a child born in the United States, regardless of their parents' immigration status?
Senator, I will study birthright citizenship. I would love to meet with you regarding
Ma'am,
birthright
you're asking us
citizenship.
to
Can I
continue
answer
to
the
serve as
question?
the Attorney General of the United States, and
Hey,
you still
man,
need to
she's
study
trying to meet you in the
14th
middle.
Amendment of the Constitution? That is not helping me have more confidence in your ability to do this job. One other immigration-related question, and I'll steer clear of the
I have
Constitution
one
and the
regarding
law.
that I'd like to
Senator
talk about.
Hirono asked you earlier, but I don't think you
Let her
answered the
talk.
question. Can you please tell us, do you agree with the statement that immigrants are, quote, poisoning the blood of our country, yes or no?
I did not say that.
I did not say that you said that. I'm asking if you agree with it, yes or no.
I did not say that.
Do you agree with it, yes or
Senator,
no?
my great-grandparents are immigrants.
Do you agree with
They
it, yes or
Poisoning
came
the
here
blood
from
of our
Sicily
country.
Do you agree
through
with it,
Ellis
yes or
Island.
no?
What did he mean by that? What did... Let's ask Brock, actually. It's less biased. Who cares? What did Trump mean when he said immigrants were poisoning blood of our country? I don't think it's a racist thing. I don't think it's a racist remark. I think he meant something else. First border. Let me hear him say it. Explain that to me. Because usually they take it out of context. It's political.
You know, when they let, I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country, when they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the world. They're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia, all over the world. They're pouring into our country. Nobody's even looking at them. They just come in. The crime is going to be tremendous. The terrorism is going to be, and then we built a tremendous piece of the wall, and then we're going to build more.
Okay, so I don't think he meant like the DNA blood. I think he meant like actual.
Nobody has any idea where these people are coming from, and we
Yeah,
know
he's
they come
saying
from prisons.
Americans
we know
are
they
bleeding
come
for
from
them.
mental institutions, insane asylums. We know they're terrorists. Nobody has ever seen anything like we're witnessing right now. It is a very sad thing for our country. It's poisoning the blood of our country. It's so bad, and people are coming in with disease. People are coming in with every possible thing that you can have.
Oh man, go longer. Let him speak. Don't cut him off. Among his biggest, I don't think that's what he means. I don't think he means like Americans are turning into Latinos.
When they were teenagers.
Do you agree with it, yes or no?
Senator, let me answer the question.
Yes or no? It's
My
real simple.
great-grandparents came here, immigrated to this country from Sicily. Recently went and found each of their birth certificates. We are a nation.
Really not going to answer that question, so let me get on to.
Would you like to?
I do have
I'd love
questions
to
for the second round.
You'll have a second round. Would you like to speak before I call on Senator Cruz?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, welcome. Thank you for
Thank you.
your long career in public service, and thank you for your willingness to take on this incredibly important office. You know, I have to say, I don't know that there is a more important position in this new administration than the position to which you have been nominated, Attorney General of the United States. I thought the exchange just a moment ago with Senator Hirono was illustrative. She asked you how you would respond if the president asked you to target his political enemies. It's rather striking because it's not a hypothetical. It has happened over the last 4 years. And I think perhaps the most tragic legacy of the Biden-Harris administration has been the politicization and the weaponization of the United States Department of Justice. And we don't need to ask hypothetically because Joe Biden publicly mused and allowed the New York Times to report it, calling on Merrick Garland, why will he not prosecute Trump more quickly? And Merrick Garland, sadly, he sat in that chair and promised to be apolitical, and he broke that promise almost the instant he walked into the Department of Justice.
I mean, you have to
If
blame
you
that on
look
Biden.
on the west pediment of the Supreme Court of the United States, just above the entrance, there's a simple yet profound four-word phrase, equal justice under law. We have seen over the last 4 years a Department of Justice that systematically targeted the political opponents of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and that systematically protected his friends and allies.
Let's see what she turns into.
And it is tragic to see the loss of confidence in the American people, in the
Like, I don't
Department
know
of
what she's
Justice,
gonna
and in
do.
the FBI.
What kind of cases is she
I would
gonna
note,
take
I don't
on?
think there's an institution in America who has lost more respect from the American people than the FBI has in the last 4 years.
FBI.
That is a grotesque violation of the obligation of the Department of Justice and the FBI. So I want to start with just a very simple
Okay, so
question.
that's the FBI.
If you are confirmed as Attorney General, will you pledge to fairly and faithfully uphold the law regardless of party?
So help me God.
Amen. Look, and I want to be clear for folks at home. I don't want a Republican Department of Justice.
Who's the FBI
I don't want a
director?
Democrat Department of Justice. I want
Christopher
a
Wray?
Department of Justice that follows the damn law. And I think the American people do too. That shouldn't be too much to expect. I want a Department of Justice that follows the damn law. And I think the American people do too. That shouldn't be too much to expect. Now, I'm grateful to President Trump for nominating you. I think on any objective level, you're clearly qualified for this position.
She was the Attorney General for
You
Florida.
have been a prosecutor
Right.
for decades. You have been the elected Attorney General
So she
of
must
the
be
state
pretty
of
good.
Florida, the third largest state in America, for 8 years. Let me ask you,
She must be pretty good.
in terms
must
of
be competent.
your practice,
She comes from Florida. She
how
was
many
the Attorney
criminal
General of
cases
Florida.
over the course of your career have you personally handled?
Handled thousands.
God damn, bro.
How many of those were before a jury?
Hundreds. I don't want to overstate, but hundreds. I was in a courtroom for many years.
She's pretty competent.
I tried
I
4
think
when I
she's
was
competent.
an intern, jury trials. I think you had to try
That's
at
what I'm
least
getting from
20
her.
in misdemeanor before you went to felony. Then you were in court every day, and I was also lead trial attorney for many years trying many cases, so.
And how many of those cases would have been before a judge?
Hundreds and hundreds as well, but hundreds before a jury, I would assume.
And as Attorney General of Florida, how many lawyers did you supervise roughly?
Approximately 400, Senator.
Doc Bergen.
Now, I also want to clarify something. During the
Senator,
course of this hearing,
I
several
did hear-
Democrat senators have referred to you as President Trump's, quote, personal.
All right, Doc Bergen, what
Thank you,
position?
Mr. Chairman. Welcome.
Nominee
As
for
part of my
Secretary of Interior.
responsibilities to ensure the fitness of nominees before any of the committees on which I sit, I asked the following 2 initial questions. First is, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator, I have not.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct?
I have not.
We received your testimony late yesterday, and you noted that, and quote,
Senator
President
Hirono.
Trump's energy, dominance, vision will end wars abroad, end quote.
It looks
President Trump
Japanese.
has directed you to
Yep,
expand
Japanese.
oil and gas drilling on a massive scale, which will lead to
I wonder if you have any.
increased burning of fossil.
I wonder if you have any people that are born in China. Do we have any senators born in China? There were no senators. Okay, how many? What about Japan? Bangkok, Thailand, Tammy Duckworth, Maisie Hirono, born in, okay. Hiram Fong, son of Chinese immigrants. Fong was the first U.S. senators of Asian ancestry. Hawaii. Okay, what about Japan? Is she the only one? Maisie Hirono. Is that the only one, though? No other. Okay.
Fossil fuels. Now, the scientific
I mean, I like
consensus
Japan,
is that burning
but, like,
fossil fuels is a
she's kinda
primary
stupid.
human cause of climate change. In 2017, then
What?
Secretary of Defense
All right, thanks.
James Mattis, appointed by then President Trump, told the
got
Senate
it from Vietnam.
Armed Services Committee that, quote, climate
was
change
visiting,
is impacting stability in areas
one
of
of
the
the
world
family
where our
members that
troops
got it in Vietnam.
are operating, end quote. In 2014, Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel said that climate
Yeah,
change is a
straight from
critical
Vietnam.
national security threat and
It's very
a
cheap
threat
for some reason.
multiplier. Now, these are two secretaries of defense. They know something about war. Were you aware that they testified before the Senate Armed Services Committee on a number of times that burning more fossil fuel is actually going to not result in the end of
is
wars, but could
her
very well
positions.
exacerbate and cause wars? Were you aware of this testimony?
Senator, no, I'm not
Senator
aware
from
of that
Hawaii, known for
specific
progressive
testimony, but I do know that that within fossil fuels,
trying
the
to get
concern has been
everyone's
about
name down.
emissions, and within emissions, we have the technology to do
cabinet.
things like carbon capture to eliminate harmful emissions.
No, the fact
at
of the
same
matter
time.
is that you have military leaders who acknowledge that climate change is a major issue, and for you to take the position that that you're going to engage
Immigration
in
is
active
support of
actions
comprehensive immigration reform,
that will result in the
including
burning of
pathway
more
to
fossil fuel.
citizenship,
It's troubling.
undocumented immigrants, protection for
Secretary
DACA.
of the
Opposes
Interior,
Trump's border policy. She's been a strong
it is your
critic.
duty
She
to
got to
see
be a spy,
that the department
right?
carries out its mission.
Some Japanese spy, I'm not
To
sure.
protect and
Pro-choice,
manage our
equal
national,
pay, Medicare
our
for all,
national
affordable health
nation's
care.
natural resources and cultural heritage. If you are ordered by the president
Hirono, let me see your
to act in a
background.
manner that is counter to the department's mission or to the Constitution, such as drilling in Bear Ears National Monument, will you do as the president asks? Because he wants to drill in that monument.
She won by
Well,
64%.
Senator, of course, as
I guess
part
that's
of
pretty
my sworn duty, I'll follow the law and follow the Constitution, and so you can count on that. And I have not heard of any
Well,
anything about President Trump wanting to do anything
well, he certainly
other
wants to.
than advancing energy production for the benefit of the American people.
We all know that the president wants to drill, baby, drill. And in your testimony, you say that he has a energy dominance vision. So I would ask you that should you be confirmed that you will have these kinds of matters that you'll have to decide. Are you going to drill in a monument? Are you going to protect our natural resources? Or are you going to drill, baby, drill? So I raise that as a concern with you going forward. Compacts of Free Association.
Horror movie Nosferatu.
Last year, Congress
Spooky.
renewed our Compacts of Free Association.
Robert
and
Eggers.
that
Let me
comes
see.
within the purview of
Nosferatu.
Interior. It involves Palau,
Zod.
Micronesia, and the Marshall Islands. I would like to get your commitment
Looks pretty good.
to implement the new
Whoa, what's going on
Compacts of
here?
Free Association
Did it get
in
rating
accordance with
bombed?
The bipartisan law that was enacted last year.
Well, Senator, the these Pacific Islands, in addition to the 3 that you mentioned that are part of the compact, but also the others that are under the insular areas of interior, are all
He's been working since
important
2007.
to national security for the United States of America. All of them have important military implications. All of these are places where U.S. sailors fought and died during World War II. And with the aggression that China is showing in the Pacific, it's more
Reminds me
important
of
that we
Berserk.
support them more than ever. I know
Nosferatu
that
Zod.
Hawaii plays an important role, including in things like with medical care for those
Maybe that's where it's from.
residents of those islands. And I think it's
What does this
important that the federal government does its share as opposed to putting the load on the state.
Thank you.
The
It sounds
offensive
as
one
though
or
you
the
have
insufferable one.
familiarity with the
Also
compacts, so
associated with
Rachel, I
idea
am
of
gratified.
vampire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nosferatu.
Thanks for being here, and thanks for our time in my office.
Wait, Senator, no. I want to see this guy's interview. CNN. The Witch Lighthouse in Northman. The lighthouse. Let me see. Psychological here. Horror. Another horror?
All tales.
It's in black and white.
Gone.
In New England Island in 1890s. It's a dark comedy?
Dead Winslow!
Anyways, Doug Burgum. The U.S. is living under a dictatorship?
It's been a who's who
What does
of
he mean?
contenders that are going to be tuning in together at a debate watch party in Atlanta. That includes my next guest, one of Pugetson 4 days from now. How critical do you believe it is for Donald Trump to have a strong performance?
Well, I think
I
it's
don't think I'd like it.
something
It's-
that
it
America's
doesn't
very
look like my
excited to
cup
look
of tea.
forward to, and I'm sure it's going to be a very good debate. And congratulations to CNN for having this historic debate. But I think again, there
Also, I
has
don't
been
really
real
watch a
effort
lot of
on the
movies,
Biden
so.
team to try to lower expectations, but I think we have to look at the guy's run for office more than a dozen times. He's run for president 4 times. He's been campaigning since President Nixon was in office. This guy has got the ability, and we've seen it. We've seen him in debate 4 years ago. We've seen him in the State of the Union.
I'll play
this
horror
year,
games, though.
that when he needs to, he can step
What is a
up.
good
But
horror
I think
game?
this is a real opportunity.
You
for
said
CNN,
Resident Evil 2?
most trusted name in news, to ask some tough questions, including, because this is a rematch. And when we had this debate just before the election 4 years ago, Joe Biden looked into the camera and said, that Hunter Biden's laptop was a smear campaign, Russian disinformation, called it garbage, and now we know that none of that is true.
Can I play it
and I think this
on
is an opportunity.
PC?
America's waiting. I mean, CNN's got an opportunity to ask
Right.
tough
Steam.
questions of both these candidates.
Yeah, I think safe to say there will be tough questions for everybody. But it's
Like
interesting
the
that you
evil
say
within.
Biden is lowering expectations because Trump has also been doing that. You yourself have called Biden infirm. I mean, you have been setting the bar pretty low for
Survive
President
again?
Biden. Is that a mistake?
Well, I don't know if it's a mistake or not. I mean,
I
I
gotta
think
start with
there's a,
one.
I think America sort of looks at the state of the state. He stood up and he spoke strongly for over an hour. And then when we're with a group of governors with him back in
75.
February, we were limited
It's
to 2
doing pretty
questions.
normal.
One Republican governor and 1 Democrat.
It's an
Each
average
got
horror
to
game.
ask a question. 40 governors. We get 2 questions with the president. Questions had to be submitted 2 days
I'm
in
looking
advance.
at this one.
That's a far cry from standing in a debate for 90 minutes. So I think we're all
This one looks
anxious to
pretty
see
good.
which Joe Biden is going to show up.
But you think that Biden will be formidable?
Well, I think he really knows how to do this, and like I said, he convinced America that laptop was fake so strongly at that last debate that then the news agencies and social media then started shutting down even the ability to post about that story. And if he was that good about lying about that 4 years ago, I guess the question would be, when did he know that the laptop was real? And what might he do this time that would convince the American people?
He was citing that letter from the intelligence officials. I mean, we've asked them about that since. And obviously, the whole issue with social media was before the debate. But I want to ask you about something that you've been saying repeatedly.
This guy is the Secretary of Interior. What the fuck is that? Do they just decorate the White House? is a U.S. federal executive responsible for managing overseeing country's natural resources, public lands. Oh, god damn. It's a big position. Public lands, the stewardship of various cultural and historical assets. Plays a central role in environmental conservation, resource management, and the protection of nation's heritage. I thought he was going to be decorating the White House. Overseas federal.
About President Biden. Take a listen to this.
Talk about being
Resident
a
Evil's not that
dictatorship.
scary.
This is this
evil
is what's
within Biden.
happening.
Also,
under
I don't want
Biden,
just jump
under
scares.
Joe
Like,
Biden,
I want
we're
psychological
actually living
scars.
under a dictatorship today. If you want to find out what it's like to live in a dictatorship, we're living in one.
Wait. Psychological horror games. Got it? Soma is at the top of the list for a reason. Soma. What is Soma? No, not. Game. Apparently this is a good game. Metacritic. Reviews. 84. It's alright. Sci-fi horror. It's sci-fi.
Hello and welcome to 3 Minute Gaming, I'm Nathan. Today I'm going to tell you if this game's worth your time and bandwidth. Today's game is Soma. From the creator of the Amnesia games comes this story-rich sci-fi brain melter. Are Soma's horrors worth delving into? Soma is available on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation and is currently available on Xbox. Something goes wrong. AI part of Pathos, you visit every news day we can...
The Evil Within is still amazing 10 years later.
Within a week, it's nuts. Seeing as though there's already an official review for this game on my channel, don't really offer much in the way of tweaking. It's really lame.
Ooh.
10 years later, though, I can run this native 4K 60 FPS, and it's amazing. Switches to a different character. Game does with it as a strategy for the more both around. I can stab these enemies in the back of the head over.
Who made this thing? The Evil Within. Who made this thing? Composer? It's Japanese. He made Danganronpa music. Developer Shinji Mikami. Founder Shinji Mikami. So it's a Japanese game. All right.
Over and over, her coming
This
up.
looks good,
Sweaty
actually.
when you play. Evil Within gameplay, and there's so many different things that you can do, and some of them.
How's the story? The Evil Within. Does it have a story? Let me see. Got it. What is everyone's opinions on the Evil? There's a series, Evil Within 2. $76. There's a 3. The Consequence. They're fantastic and they're doing much more. I especially appreciate extra modification they patched to enhance the games. It's one of my favorite games of all times. Horror, the first one is incredible. Many memories. I think I'm going to play this one. I'm liking this. I think I'm going to play it next time.
Boss fight with complex than they story, but this video is also
If there's diehard fans like that, then you know there's something more to it. The whole franchise is criminally underappreciated, so insane game holds up good. Alright, I'll play it next time. In the next stream.
Now, so we know what it's like under dictatorship, and that dictatorship right now
It's
is
not
Joe
directed
Biden.
by him. What about 3? Can I like skip the second game and go to the third one?
Policies on
Wait, let me see. Director. So he did 1. He didn't do 2, but he did 3. The Evil Within 2. He's an executive producer. He did Resident Evil. Yo. So this is the Resident Evil dude. The Evil Within, The Evil Within 2. Yeah, this is a big dude. God's Hand. 2006. '73. It's decent. It's a fighting game. Yeah, what else did he do? Steel Battalion, Phoenix Wright. Whoa, man. Whoa. Phoenix Wright. That's one of my favorite games. He did this one? Yo. He worked on Phoenix Wright. Alright, I'm already a fan. I'm gonna play it. He worked on Resident Evil and Ace Attorney. Vanquish. Alright. Vanquish. It's by Shinji. Oh, this one looks good. 84. It's generally favorable. PC? It's gotta be ported, right? Microsoft Windows. Alright. Speedy. It's like running, but sliding. Is it? I don't think this is the right one. A video about someone boost sliding in Vanquish. Is this one? Okay, why is the quality so low? Okay, it is the right one. I guess the only thing is it's sci-fi, and I'm not a big fan of sci-fi. Alright, that's the correct video. What is he saying? Better characters. Resident Evil, both have great characters, but the characters felt slightly better in Resident Evil 4. Who's the main character? Sebastian Castellanos is pulled through a distorted world of nightmarish locations and horror creatures. Better sidekick. Ashley was cool. Best horror. The Evil Within 1. Both had great horror, but on the horror in Evil Within 1 tops Resident Evil 4 in my opinion. I felt like horror in Resident Evil 4 slightly disappears. Better story? Evil 4. Evil Within 1 had good story, but it was kind of hard to follow at times. Better graphics. So which one should I play? Should I play Resident Evil 4 or Evil Within 1? Both great graphics. And the scenery, but the graphics and the scenery walking around the farm. Best soundtrack, Resident Evil 4. Most replay value, Evil Within 1. More fun glitches. Both? Which one has a better score? $2023 is the remake. 93, yo, I gotta play this one. And is this made by Shinji? Resident Evil, yep. 2005, I gotta play this thing. It has a 93. That's pretty hard to do. PC requirements. 8 gigs RAM. Shit, man. I don't think I can play it. This is the minimum. Network, broadband, internet connection. I don't think I can play it, bro. Yeah, Shinji Mikami. Resident Evil and Phoenix Wright. And the Evil Within. He also voiced Fallout 4. The Japanese voice of Takahashi. Right, system requirements, minimum. This is the 2003 version. All right. The Evil Within. $50 gigs. What do you need 50 gigs for? GTX 460? Yeah, I have something better than that. Making apart in Devil May Cry. Series. Metacritic? What's the latest one? Devil May Cry Shinji Mikami. Which one? As a producer in 2000. Yeah, what a boss. Is it Devil May Cry? Yep, 2001. Executive producer And that's the only one. Shortly after release of Resident Evil 3 in Japan, Studio 4's output turned towards further original properties. So just the first game. The Devil May Cry director. The father of survival horror game. I'm gonna try. Wait, do I need to play previous games for Resident Evil 4? Read it? Yeah, so you can skip in straight through 4 without playing the others. The story will be understandable. Do I need to play the other games before Resident Evil 4? Should I do a marathon? Should I start from game 1? Given you haven't played the other series, I assume you're not a hardcore fan, so I wouldn't recommend 4 or 5 different games here. I say play Resident Evil 2 Remake because that's Leon's story before the events of 4. Simply an amazing game. My favorite series so far, and envy you for having the possibility of experiencing it for the first time. I want to get into this series. OG is good. Resident Evil 2 Remake. Play at least Resident Evil 2 original story or remake. Controls are bad, old games. But they did a remake, right? Series, game. Did they do a 1 remake? They did Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3, and then Resident Evil 4 Remake just came out. But they didn't remake Resident Evil 1. So I guess the story starts in Resident Evil 2, right? And Resident Evil 5 came out in 2009. I'm gonna start here. Resident Evil 2. Can I play this one? GTX. I can play this one. I can actually play this one. Resident Evil 2 Remake. It's a little hard. 1060. I'm gonna try it anyways. Can I run it? Yeah, I can play with the minimum requirements, but yeah. But not the original. Resident Evil 1 just remastered, but controls are not that good. I'm gonna start here. I can play Resident Evil 2. What about 3? Can you run it? GTA. Oh, that's easy. That's easy. 760. I can play 2 and 3. I'm not sure about 4. Remake requirements? Is there a minimum requirement? Yeah, that's gonna be hard. 1050. Wait. Right, I'm gonna start at 2. But for now, back to this.
Immigration or student loans, but respectfully, I mean, you're calling the democratically elected president a dictator?
Well, we've got 3 branches of government. And this president, more like any other, has bypassed Congress because as the governor of a natural resources state, a big ag state, we're facing over 30 rules and mandates. Each one of those could be 800 pages to 1,400 pages long. None of them have come from Congress, and all of them could literally kill the industries that we have.
I just
in our
want to
state,
fill out the blanks.
including baseload electricity, which we need to be competitive in the arms race around AI with China, who's building baseload electricity plants like 2 a month. So
But
that's
also I
happening
gotta have
without
Doge.
Congress. And then, of course, on the student loan thing, when the Supreme Court ruled against him, then he just said, hey, we'll figure a different way to do it. So I just think that there's, again, a double standard here. He is bypassing the other two branches of government to push an ideological view, whether it's on economics or whether it's on climate extremism. He's doing that without using the other branches. And I think
You don't like his executive orders and you don't like his policies. I understand that. I don't think anyone expects the Republican governor to agree with President Biden on that. But it's not a dictatorship.
Well, I think, again, part of where this word has come from there's been a nonstop media attack on President Trump saying that, that he might use executive orders when he takes office. And was trying to make the point here that under this current administration,
It might
most
be
of the
caffeine.
changes that are driving inflation in our country, the stuff he's
I had
not
like
doing
200
on the border,
milligrams
which
of
he could be
caffeine.
doing with executive orders. I mean, the open
Here
borders
it
and
is,
the inflation
whatever this
are
is.
things that he's doing by himself alone.
It's lemonade.
Ignoring the other branches of government.
Well, I counted. Trump signed 220 executive orders when he
It's
was in
either I'm
office. President
tired
Biden so
or
far
I
has
had
only
too
signed
much caffeine.
139, the same time span. And on executive action on immigration, it was Speaker Mike Johnson who was calling on President Biden to take executive action, saying it wasn't
Probably a mix of
Congress's
both.
responsibility, it was his. But let me move on because, as I mentioned, you are one of Donald Trump's top contenders to be vice president. I've heard from sources that really they believe it's down to you and to Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. Of course, the caveat, Trump could change his mind. But when you look at the ticket and we look at vice presidential selections in the past, Joe Biden helped Barack Obama with foreign policy inexperience. Mike Pence helped Donald Trump with evangelicals. Kamala Harris, black voters, women voters for President Biden. What would you bring to a Trump ticket specifically?
Well, I think we have to just look at the fact that President Trump can win this race regardless of who his vice president is. He's got the luxury of not having to pick someone. And I think if we actually look in political history, the last time a vice presidential pick actually helped swing an election was when Kennedy picked Lyndon Johnson, and Lyndon Johnson helped Kennedy win that race. And with President Trump right now, where he is with Hispanics, with blacks, with people under age 30, and with independents, I mean, he's very strong across the board. So he can pick someone that he can focus on, like, hey, let's get someone get stuff done. Let's
Focusing
get
more on
someone
the
who
right
helps him
side,
govern.
let me
He
see.
doesn't have to make a choice like some of the other names that you cited, where maybe they needed a blend to actually get the electoral block.
But what would you bring to the ticket specifically if you're on it? Would it be your business experience? You talked
Is
about
the camera
government.
angle?
What is it specifically? Why should he pick you, basically?
Well, I think that's up to President Trump. President Trump understands the criteria that he wants. He's going to make that choice at the time he makes it. He's got
Oh,
a
sure.
lot of great choices, and I think everybody, the whole country maybe knows my background, which is both success in business and success as in the executive branch as governing. But that's his choice on what criteria that he wants. And again, when we've got this big week and the big debate going this week, nobody's really thinking about the VP thing this week, and we should really be focusing on, how is Joe Biden going to defend his record on an open border? I mean, we take a look at what's happening in our country with the migrant crime that's happening, whether it's teenage girls, whether it's mother of five, or whether it's young college-age women. We've got an issue with an open border, and Joe Biden needs to answer why he keeps insisting on having this open border policy.
You're one of Trump's busiest surrogates. I mean, you make arguments like that right there multiple times on cable news. Obviously, you do a lot of the Sunday shows. You're here today. Do you think that you're best positioned to serve on his ticket?
I think that question is up to President Trump. What we decided when we
But
decided.
if he's watching right now, what's your argument to him, I guess,
for Treasury.
for why
Who's
you
this?
would be a good choice?
Well, that could be that's a conversation between President Trump and myself. But I think right now.
Hey, what's up? This guy's the Treasury? Scott Bessent. "27 years. What is this? Satya. IMDb. Is being released again?
मुंबई
Director? Ram Gospel.
ऐसा शहर जिसे नींद नहीं आती
Is this Indian?
ऐसा शहर जो जागते हुए भी सपने है, जहां इंसानों के
शुक्ला गया गुरु नारायण तू भी ऊपर इधर आओ कलेक्शन जिताया कौन दीपू मात्रे
Born in Hyderabad. The fuck is Hyderabad? Hyderabad? It's a city in India.
मुंबई का किंग को
Innocent man who was embroiled in underworld after being falsely accused. Please learn about Mark DeFriest. What is this? It's a film director. What'd he do? Let me see his resume. Ocean Girl, Carson's Law, Thunderstone. He has some hits and misses. He's been working since, holy shit, man. This dude's old. He's been working since 76. What about recently? You said Mark DeFriest? Is he dead? He stopped working. Let me see. The Mind of Mark DeFriest. What happened to him?
4:30, an Oregon woman married a famous prisoner known for escaping jail 7 times.
7 times. Mark DeFriest was just a teenager when he was first sent to prison in Florida for stealing his father's tools. He was sentenced to just 4 years then, but he has spent more than 3 decades now behind bars.
His now 87-year-old wife speaks to our Eileen Park about her relationship with the man known as the Prison Houdini.
23 years ago, Bonnie decided to marry a man 31 years younger than her.
Mark is the love of my life, really. I mean, I'm committed to him. I have deep sympathy for him, understanding of him, and I'm committed.
They married after exchanging letters through a prison pen pal program.
There was no reason not to marry him. I mean, I loved him. My heart went out to him. He's a nice-looking man, incidentally.
That man is Mark DeFriest, a man known as the Prison Houdini.
He has a very strong energy, I mean, emotional energy, a powerful energy, and a very brilliant mind.
That brilliant mind is why Mark has had difficulty staying out of trouble. In 1980, he was sentenced to 4 years in prison for stealing his late father's tools, tools that his father willed him.
Did I tell you about that escape? It was a classic.
Were successful, suffers from mental illness.
So he was making this shit before. K9, Storm World. So he hasn't made a hit in like what? Like a decade or two?
They thought you were crazy.
Yeah.
He grew up in rural Gadsden
I have
County,
no idea.
Florida.
Do I seem crazy?
What started as a 4-year sentence soon turned into life over stealing his father's tools. Those who know him well say he's a savant, once memorizing the patterns of a guard's key, then making his own, which he then used to let out other inmates to roam around.
Hey, let me see. Is an American man who became widely known for his case of wrongful conviction and extended imprisonment. What do you mean wrongful? He was... It's a wrongful conviction? Known for repeated escapes from prison, having successfully done so 7 times. Initial arrest. He was struggling with mental issues. At the time, collected tools. However, he had not completed probate, which meant that, in the eyes of the law, Which ones have I seen? Wait, let me see. I've seen the Batman, and I think that's about it. The one with Joker, I think that's the only one I saw. Yeah, The Dark Knight. And that's it. Struggling issues, collect the tools, however. Yeah, not when the police came for Defrost Inception, he took a gun with him but never used it or before brandished it before officers. For theft, DeFries was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Mental state and legal competence. He always behaved erratically. High intelligence but lacking social skills, he stood out in prison. This outsider mentality may have fueled his decision to attempt escape from every facility that ever housed him. Inception. It's a 2010 movie. Leonardo DiCaprio. I think I saw it. Or checked it out.
It's only
I've seen bits of it.
it's the most resilient pair.
Shit. Dreams within dreams. Many believe that he was wrongfully convicted. His attempts to escape from prison, as long as the long sentences, added to his notoriety. In 2016, after serving 35 years, DeFries was finally released from prison, making it one of the longest periods someone has served for a crime they may not have committed. His story was later featured in the documentary The Life and Mind of Mark DeFries, which explored the complex, tragic nature of the case. So he couldn't defend himself, did he? Wait, what's the evidence that he did kill his father? It's his father, right? So, convictions: grand theft, burglary, escaping from prison. Is this the right dude? Where's the part where he murdered his father? Attempting to escape prison. Tenet. By Christopher Nolan. He stole from him. He was convicted. So he stole from him, but he got convicted for it? Like, ChatGPT saying different stuff. Repeatedly extended for having attempted to escape prison. Let me see. Is there an interview of him? Mark DeFries. Interview.
Micro radios, MP players, and all. I mean, real small shit, right? But there's all kind of problems associated. First off, making a radio small enough to keep it in your ass, and then the sound. You know, you want something that sounds decent, or at least a graphic equalizer, and everything else, right? Man, put the whole radio together about that big, about the size of a big cigarette lighter. And like I said, Sony made the first Walkman, I made the first Buckman.
I mean, judging from that, he looks like a psychopath. Is there any other footages of him? Sees light at the end of the tunnel.
The Florida Current, an online news service smartly covering PopCom. father's tools before the will was of his deceased jail for taking possession of his deceased father's tools before the will was probated. He's still in prison today, almost 35 years later. The reason? DeFries tried to escape 13 times.
So his father was a mechanic.
Earning the
No, he encouraged mechanical abilities.
And inspiring a documentary. His lawyer says he wasn't just escaping, he was trying to survive.
The terrible rapes, the being beaten, and everything else, and he reacted by escaping.
A former jailer told parole officials that DeFries was different than any other prisoner he ever supervised.
I don't think I ever arrested anybody that intelligent.
The case gets even more unusual. Mark DeFries.
It says film director. Is Google fucking up?
DeFries was transferred to an out-of-state prison after witnessing guards beat inmates to death.
Wait, why does it say filmmaker on Google? It's sometimes referred to as a filmmaker, likely because of involvement in the documentary. Oh, what? So he wrote a documentary about himself. Is that it? Did he direct the film? Nope. He's just in it. "4 years in prison for a minor crime. Theft."
He became Houdini because he could escape.
He could take a piece of paper and make a key out
His
of it.
inference was an escape
He's
artist.
smarter than all the rest of them that's in there. I think he's just being funny.
4 psychologists found him to be incompetent. It's the outright faking of symptoms you don't have. He was in the worst wing. Lived in total darkness in a small cell. No electricity. His water had been cut off. He could not bathe without power. It was the hellhole of this earth.
Let him out.
Show me an example. 2014.
You know, if I
Still in prison.
just a rapist or a murderer or something, they let me out. I'm an idiot that made them look like idiots.
You be the judge. Wait, there's a whole documentary about him. There it is. This is the film.
Wednesday, the Commission on Offender Review.
Alright. Tell me about the first crime. GPT? Hello. Mark DeFries' first alleged crime that led to his wrongful conviction was the murder of his father, James DeFries, in 1978. Here's a breakdown. Background on family dynamics. Mark DeFries' relationship with his father was reportedly abusive and troubled. He was described as a harsh and controlling father, and Mark had a difficult time growing up under his rule. He had attempted to escape from home multiple times, and his father has really threatened him in the past. This dysfunctional family environment played a significant role in shaping the dynamics of the situation. The incident. On the day of the incident, Mark's father was found dead from a gunshot wound to the head. The shooting occurred at the family's home in Florida, and the crime scene indicated that James DeFries had been killed in a violent manner. Mark's confessions. He was arrested shortly after the murder was initially questioned by the law enforcement. He eventually confessed to the crime, but there were significant issues with how the confession was obtained. It is believed that Mark's confession was coerced during the lengthy... Then who shot him?
Cut his...
Like, someone have to have shot him, right? Where did he get the gun?
You can come in. I'm sorry, I was just sound checking the microphone here. Has he eaten? Yes. Okay, if he needs to go to the bathroom, do I just wave my hands and say?
There's no direct physical evidence, such as fingerprints, forensic evidence, that linked Mark to the murder. The case against him was largely based on circumstantial evidence and confession. Mark's defense team later argued that the guilty was unreliable. Trial, it feels like he did it. Like, who else would have done it? Mark was convinced of the murder in 1979 and sentenced to a lengthy prison term. The prosecution's case largely rested on the confession despite the lack of direct evidence tying Mark to the crime. Over time, doubts began to surface regarding the fairness of the trial and the reliability of the confession. All right, but where's the gun?
DeFriest, cat letter Mike, dash, cat DEFRIEST, cat interview.
The dad died, and evidently the dad had told him that he could have certain tools.
Now, apparently Mark didn't understand about probate, and he took the tools, and then his stepmother called the police and had him arrested for that.
He was in there for 4 years for taking, well, not even taking his father's tools.
Okay, I don't know if you remember me. We met back in 1981. I was a lot younger then.
I remember it.
Are you okay talking with me?
Sure.
Okay.
And you really think all this is gonna help, huh?
I suspect that I may be able to make your life a lot better.
You know, if I just a rapist or a murderer or something, they let me out. I'm an idiot that made them look like idiots.
He was arrested for theft.
He became Houdini, as he could escape.
He could take a piece of paper and make a key out of it. He'd get out of anything.
Mark DeFriest. Yeah, that's who it was.
Wait, what did it say?
Mark DeFriest. Yeah, that's who.
Mark Corin DeFriest was on his way to Leon County Courthouse. And just ask anyone at the jail, you can't be too careful when dealing with this 21-year-old man. 2 words always seem to, okay. Escape artist.
He's smarter than all the rest of them that's in there. That creates a problem because they're scared of him.
He was in the worst wing, lived in total darkness in a small cell, no electricity, his water had been cut off.
4 years for theft. What is ChatGPT saying then? He's saying he murdered his father? So ChatGPT is wrong. Are you sure this is the right guy? The one that stole the tools and escaped prisons? You're right to ask for clarification. There seems to be some confusion with another aspect of Mark DeFriest's story. While the case I mentioned earlier involves his alleged involvement in his father's death, the stealing tools and escaping prison is more connected to Mark DeFriest's later actions in prison. Here's a more accurate. He was initially convicted for the theft tools from his father's property. This was a minor crime in comparison to his later imprisonment. The story behind his conviction for stealing tools involves Mark being accused for taking some tools from his father's house, possibly part of a plan to escape his abusive home life. The theft of tools was originally a criminal offense for which he was arrested. His father's death became a central part of the story and may have questioned whether he was wrongfully convicted of murder. The question of whether Mark actually killed his father remains unclear with him. Okay, so tell me the timeline. So he did murder his father? Took a gun with him but never used it or even brandished the idea of it. Where does it say he killed his father? DeFriest's father suddenly died in 1979. In his will, the elder DeFriest left his tools to his son. So 79, his father dies. And he's arrested for grand theft in 1980. What's going on here?
Stabbings, murder, and mayhem.
Hey, Mark, then 18, accused of stealing tools from his father's workshop. This theft was likely related to his efforts to escape his abusive father, James DeFries. Mark's father is found dead from a gunshot wound. Mark was accused of killing her father, though the evidence against him was circumstantial, and his confession was questioned. What, so, is it for stealing or is it for murder?
Someone who came into the prison system having never committed a violent crime of any type.
I don't think they'll ever let him out.
Mark DeFries' entire history should be examined.
Can you imagine what that brain could have done?
I can see that thing. That's a real fighting machine, that. That's that fast shooting war. Yeah, spitting out thousands of rounds a minute. If we had Mark here, we could get that going in a couple weeks. Easily. This ranch right here, it belonged to Mark DeFries. And we worked on a lark with it down at Apalachicola. He was doing something all the time, and he was a whiz at mechanic
Is
and
only
everything.
ChatGPT saying about the killing?
That's
The
Mark.
ChatGPT saying
There he
that
is right
he
there.
was
There up on the lark.
he stole from his father,
I believe
and
that's
then
his wife right there.
in 78
This was in
he died.
79.
And then
I was working at a
Wikipedia
restaurant.
is saying his father suddenly
Mark
died in
and his
79.
father were in Chattahoochee.
Wait, something about his father?
I was working at a restaurant. Mark and his father were in Chattahoochee doing some work on that bridge. They were doing some welding on the bridge. He was blonde, blue eyes, young, funny. I guess that was what attracted me to him at the time. At that point, we were married. His truck, the love of his life. And the back of it was like a traveling garage. It was immaculate. His tools were as clean. You could eat off his tools, they were so clean. We traveled out west, and the way he paid for it was vehicles broken down along the road all the way along. He would stop and he would help those people, and then they would pay. And he could fix anything, anything.
What's
Feels
his
like
father?
that was the best time of your life in a way.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, it was cool.
Could it have kept going?
I don't see why not. My dad died, and that's what screwed it up. Went down to Florida. Should have stayed the fuck away from that place.
I can't remember how he found out about his father being in the hospital, because we did make it to the hospital before his father died. But when we were going to go see his father again, we found out he was dead. No one had told him his dad was dead.
His dad died at the period that he was here, around here.
I'm getting two different stories. One is saying the father was abusive, and then this video is saying he
And
loved his father. He
evidently
was a
his
caring
dad had
father.
Told him that he could have certain tools and stuff.
I knew he wanted me to have all his tools and stuff from a shop he had, from a joint business we used to do. And I picked the stuff up before the will was probated, because it was my understanding that tools and stuff would go to me, and all the insurance policies and money went to my stepmother.
He was only 19 years old, and he didn't understand about probate. And he took the tools, and then his stepmother called the police and had him arrested for that.
They said that I pulled a gun. I mean, I had a bunch of guns, but ain't nobody pulled no guns on nobody.
They come to pick him up, and the sheriff told me himself, and he think he told Cooper too. I was here when he said the sheriff come to pick him up, and he was just wanting to talk to him about the situation, see. But Mark broke and run from the trailer, and it all started from there. Just where they captured him out, I don't remember and everything.
Then when I got arrested in Alabama and extradited to Florida, the judge gave me 4 years for using my set of keys to go in the building. And then turned over all the crap that I originally stole from my ex-wife. That's what
He had 4 years, and that whole situation sucked because he was in there for 4 years for taking, well, not even
Jailed
taking
for
his
stealing
father's
tools in 80.
The Florida Division of Corrections
Is it?
protects the public.
Or was he
Society
accused of killing his
rightfully
father?
expects that. At the same time, it's committed to help the people within these walls return to society as valuable citizens. That commitment requires a
79.
staff with special
And
skills.
he stole
Thoroughly trained,
what year?
dedicated people who look forward to expanding the correctional horizons.
I went to visit him every weekend. It was only about 5 miles across the bridge.
Who was his father?
And I'm not used to being around these kind of people. And I hate to be
He
stereotypical,
seems like a rich
but you
man.
know what kind
He
of
got a
people are
suit on
usually
and
in prison,
everything.
and you know what kind of people usually visit them. And I felt
James
way out of my
DeFreest.
league there. Not that I'm
James DeFreest, a key figure in Mark's early life that led to his conviction. Here's what is known about him. James DeFreest was a man who, by most accounts, had a difficult and strained relationship with his son Mark. He was an older man who served in the military and was described as controlling and abusive. Abusive relationship. Mark's relationship with his father was highly problematic, known for very strict and domineering, which created a tense environment for Mark. Death in 78? He died suddenly, was found dead from a gunshot wound at his home in Florida. Circumstances surrounding his death are highly controversial. Mark was accused of killing his father, though there was no direct physical evidence. Mark was 18 at the time and had reportedly had trouble with this relationship. Murder accusation. He was convicted of a second-degree murder of his father in 79, despite questions about evidence against him, especially coerced confession. Many believe that Mark may have been wrongfully convicted, with some speculating that the abuse he suffered at the hands of his father might have contributed to the tragic consequences. Alright, so James died in 1978. What's his name? Mark. Jailed in 78, 79. Murder accusation for murdering his father. And then I'm guessing that they couldn't find enough evidence. And then they switched to something like stealing. The phrase was struggling with the collected tools, however, in probate, which meant that in the eyes of the law, the tools had been stolen. What year? What year for violating prohibition in 80? What year did he go to jail? Did he steal tools? In 80, was sentenced to 4 years in prison for violating prohibition via 1980? I don't know. List all his crimes by year. What's going on here? 78. Theft of tools. Lived out. He was in probation, or he never was? I think they talked about it.
better than
He was in
anybody, but I am
probation.
better than that.
But he didn't know what it
All of a
was,
sudden,
so
around a bunch of these
he was
fucking idiots
19,
think they're
right?
fucking Einstein, they're criminal behavior and whatever. Think they're real dangerous people.
And you got guards trying to seduce you, you know, saying if you'll have sex with me,
Some
I'll
believe
pull
Mark
a
committed
favor
as
for
an
Mark
attempt to
or stuff
escape
like
abusive
that.
life home.
It's a nasty world.
4 years, wham, bam, thank you, man. Have a nice day. How am I supposed to feel? How would you feel?
It was a Tuesday, I know that. Tuesday Bible study. You're supposed to be escorted around the compound at night. 8 of us broke camp and hauled ass for defense.
Okay, show me the documents. Arrest warrant. Show me his arrest warrant. Not DeForest, DeFreest. Issued an arrest warrant, arranged for Mark, transferred back home, will be incarcerated for the rest of his life. Show it to me. What did say in 1979? What was he jailed for? It was in connection to the murder of his father. Charge was accused of second-degree murder. Then why is this documentary saying?
Those other guys, half of them got hung up on the fence and that razor wire shit. They're screaming like, DeFreeze, wait up for me! I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you people, man? Mom, let's do it! There's an art to everything. My dad taught me how to deal with stuff like that.
So you're saying he was arrested twice? What about the? Wasn't he also arrested in 1978? Yes, he was arrested. Oh, he was arrested shortly after. Whoa, man, what the fuck is going on? Here's a breakdown. What about before his father's death? Jailed for stealing tools in 1980. I don't think he was jailed for that. For stealing tools. Let me see the arrest warrant. What's the arrest warrant? Many questions were trouble. Like, I'm getting two stories here. One is saying he was arrested for the murder of his father. The other one is saying that it was a petty theft and that he was wrongfully accused. Arrest in 88, that initial arrest. But not immediately after the murder. His arrest came after the police investigation and began questioning him. So it's not about the tools. That might have been an excuse for murdering his father.
You had a cheap.
Wait, why are people saying he was accused of stealing tools? The tool theft. The claim that Mark DeFreeze was accused of stealing tools stems from the events surrounding his father's death in 78. Here's a clear situation. The tool theft and its role in the case. 78. Before the murder of his father, DeFreeze was accused of stealing 4 tools from father's workshop. This was one of the key events that drew attention to Mark and set the stage for later involvement. Why tools? Mark had been trying to escape his father's abusive home and made believe the tools were taken to facilitate his escape plans. Some of the tools were likely used for some sort of project. The role in the tools. The theft tools was not directly tied to the murder, but was important because it's seen as part of Mark's growing rebellious behavior and his attempts to break free from his father's oppressive household. After the tools were stolen, tensions between Mark and father grew, and it is believed that Mark's father confronted him about it. The tools and the theft incident heightened the already volatile relationship. Mark's arrest. The theft of tools wasn't the initial reasons Mark became entangled in law enforcement. While it wasn't a major crime on its own, it was the first time he got into legal trouble, and it provided foundation for his later arrest following his father's death. Okay, so to get into his home, so I guess the police knew James died, but needed an excuse to get into his home. I think that's what it is. And then Mark jailed for murdering his father. After James Reese's death, law enforcement used the theft tools as part of the narrative leading to Mark's involvement into the murder. They suspected that the theft might have been a precursor to a more serious violence or means of Mark to escape. Accusation and confession. After his father's murder in October Alright, so October. Mark was arrested and questioned. Domini later contested his confession, claiming to be coerced. The tools are mentioned during the investigation part of Mark's motive for wanting to escape his father, but they weren't directly related to the actual crime. The claim that Mark was accused of stealing tools refers to the initial incident that led to his first brush with law enforcement. It is often cited as a starting point. Okay, theft of tools. Mark gets a record of theft. Mark gets a theft record. It's censored. You should put a space after every period, and then I'll do something about it. Police knew James died, but needed an excuse to get into his home. So I guess that's what it is. It's often cited as a starting point of a troubled relationship. Well, Mark's theft tools wasn't the cause of murder. It played a chain of events. So it's like saying, hey, we know you smoked weed earlier, and you're committing this crime, so we have a gateway. Like, you have a record of crime.
Razor wire? Well, not that particular brand of it, but
Police
I mean,
cover-up?
infiltration is part of fucking
Yeah, it feels like a cover-up.
military training, man. Sabotage and counterintelligence.
That's all stuff you learned.
Yeah. Part of war.
The question is why? Did he commit it? Did he commit the murder? It remains highly controversial to the court of Mark's case. He wasn't married though, right? A conviction for second-degree murder was based on his confession. Jail for murdering his father. Mark may have been coerced into confession. Mark was interrogated for hours, and during the process, allegedly he was subjected to harsh tactics. Legal experts and advocates for Mark have pointed out that the confession was likely made under duress and without legal counsel present. The confession was not corroborated by physical evidence, and there were inconsistencies in the stories he gave. Circumstantial evidence against Mark was largely circumstantial. No physical evidence, such as fingerprints, DNA, or a clear murder weapon was found linking him directly to the crime. While Mark's father was found dead from a gunshot wound, there was no direct proof that Mark fired the gun. The murder weapon was never concluded. Okay, show me the bullets. What was the bullet? However, Mark had a history of trying to escape his father's ruthless control, and some believe the environment created by his father could have pushed Mark to act out. Show me the bullet. What's the bullet? Remains a key point of mystery. The surrounding bullet and the weapon used to kill James are not entirely clear. How is it not clear? Just take it out. Take it out and show it to us. What? So we lost the bullet? The exact caliber was never definitively proven. Bullet hidden or bullet lost? It seems the bullet was never recovered or properly identified. Here's what is known. No murder weapon found, despite the fact that James DeFries was killed by a gunshot wound. So it's either three things. One is Mark killed him, his father. Two, one of his family members killed the father for Mark, like the mother. And then three, police did it. Police, FBI, CIA, whatever, did it, then covered it up. It's one of those three things, right? No murder weapon found, despite the fact that James DeFries was killed by a gunshot wound. No actual murder weapon was recovered. Who was his father? Lack of concrete forensic details. With no murder weapon or recovered bullet, law enforcement had to rely on circumstantial evidence in Mark's confession, which was seen as widely disputed. As a foundational conviction, the absence of the bullet weapon is a critical aspect. Who was James DeFreest? Did he work in the government? Police? Background. Okay, but what was his job? Had a background in mechanic. He was a mechanic. James DeFreest, mechanic. Died in 19. Okay, so anything else about his father? Are there any conspiracies surrounding this that the government did it? There are no widely supported mainstream conspiracies that the government was directly involved. I feel like there would have been a conspiracy theory. There's alternative theories and controversial claims, coerced confession, Mark's long sentence in solitary confinement. Mark spent decades in prison, much of it in solitary confinement or crimes related to prison escapes. Who directed this? Mark DeFreest. Prison Houdini. Who wrote this thing? The Life in Mind. Gabriel London. Who is this man? He's a cinematographer. Definition of insanity. Mark in Mind of DeFreest. Youth Authority. Based on true story. No. Okay, so he's just into these kind of things. So he's a psychological enthusiast.
My father, he was in the OSS during World War II. He was into that whole 50s and 60s thing about the fucking Reds coming and shit.
The Red Scare?
That was really a whole cultural thing back then.
Wait a minute. 79. When was the Red Scare? Refers to two distinct periods. The first Red Scare, 1917, the Russian Revolution. And then the second Red Scare, 1940s, 1950s. Okay, so it's not the Red Scare.
Fucking dude was nuts. He really was. I never saw a Russian yet. Went up to one of my old friend's house. They had a Ford pickup truck.
So all you gotta do is raise the hood, put positive wire to the coil to the battery, hit the solenoid, all right. You do this in the back, eyes closed, you know what I'm saying?
The hot wire truck and back out, boom, took off.
Have you tried watching the video in one point?
And then we got caught in that fucking motel and all that other bullshit.
Oh wait, there's another theory. Dude's father dies, stepmom takes all the money and sends the kid off to prison because he wanted his father's tools. There's a special place in hell for that stepmom.
It turns into a crime of the century.
That's a stepmom. Was James married at that time? Who was he married to? Was married at the time, was married to Gertrude DeFreest, who was Mark DeFreest's mother. However, there are complicated details surrounding their marriage, events leading up to James's death. Had a difficult marriage, while not much widely discussed. It's clear that James was an abusive figure both to his wife and his son, Mark. There are reports James was controlling. Okay, who was? Are they both Mark's biological parents? Yes. What is he saying then? He's saying there's a stepmom? Does Mark have a stepmom? Yes, he did have a stepmother. After the divorce between James I and George II, remarried, and his second wife became Mark's stepmother. Okay, so he does have a stepmother. When was this divorce? The divorce occurred sometime before 78. Who was Mark living with in 1978? Was reportedly strained for much of the time together, marked by abuse and conflict. The divorce. You know what was going on in 1978? Stagflation. Inflation. Bad economy. After the divorce, Mark was reportedly left in a difficult situation. It is known that their marriage ended GPT. Hello. This is likely the saddest story of a broken system. A man who could have been and should have been thrived in the resilience of what how human mind can endure. 27 of 30 years in solitary, hell on earth in your own mind. Much respect to the psychologist that admitted he was wrong and made a mistake by saying Mark was competent to stand trial. Not only admitting it, but working to fix it and make it right. This man is truly remarkable. Free him. This guy is not a violent criminal. He's a genius struggling to read something and enjoy his life. Prison corruption should be held accountable for what they put Mark through. He should get paid. Still locked up. He's still in prison? This is kind of evil. Right, thoughts? Reddit? Reddit? What do Reddit think? An autistic 7 who was sentenced to 40 years in prison for stealing his father's tools. That's not exactly correct. Able to memorize and replace reproduce keys by looking at them, he's been in prison 36 years for multiple escapes. No wonder he wanted out so badly. Genius. What a wasted life. Stepmothers. That's what it looked like to me. The longer he's locked in, the more they call him a genius and 7.
We don't need just one problem after the next. Nobody has such humor.
He even said to me when he was in ACI before he escaped, you know, you should move on because when I get out of here, I'm going to be so screwed up in the head, it's not even going to be worth your time. And he's right. Because, you know, he said he was being, I guess, raped in the prison, and he was having a fight. Because, you know, blonde and blue eyes in prison, not good.
Yeah, so they sent me to the nut house for a psychological evaluation.
They thought you were crazy.
Yeah.
Why?
I have no idea. Do I seem crazy? Can we have an honest opinion from the media gallery? Do I seem crazy?
Bonnie the Freeze. Who is she? Passed away in 2020. When did he marry her? What? When did Mark marry Bonnie? Mark the Freeze married Bonnie in 91. Mark marries Bonnie. But I guess that's irrelevant at this point.
Forensic Service is a secure facility with mental health treatment inside. People are committed by the criminal courts from all over the state of Florida to the hospital.
This is our Carpenter Vocational Training Program here at Florida State Hospital. This is one of our 6 vocational training areas.
We have educational programs from preschool through junior college. Students seem to like it because of the immediate response that they get.
So the part where he was arrested for stealing tools, that's a lie.
They put me up on awards, all these other fruits and nuts, right? Believe it or not, Darcy wants to cook with me. Yeah. Kind of set up like the same ward like that, right?
I was quite young when I started there. I think I was about 29. I found that the people I worked with on the wards were local people who, that was the economy there. And I always said if there were a meat processing factory, they'd all be processing meat.
I worked there at the time. That sucked. Because I was a social worker there, and I had patients that were looking up to me as their social worker, and then I was trying to help and give them advice, you know, and I've got this husband over there in forensic services.
We got pretty good security on it, bars, doors, and all this shit. But it ain't all that tough, right? And so my first plan was to figure that I get everybody stoned. I got my hands on you know what blotter acid is, right? LSD-25. The nurse station's got a closet in there. They got the brooms and the mops and all that shit. So I go in there and shit ain't full, but I wait for 3:30. They got this coffee pot machine. And I took the whole bottle of fucking blotter acid. It's like maybe, I don't know, 7,500 tabs. So I dumped the whole thing in a fresh pot of coffee. That's what I did. You know, I'll go and start drinking, all the incoming start drinking, so it's like 4:20 before it really starts to kick in, right? This plan was, you know, all these people started freaking out. I was going to pick the rocks and go, right? I had all this pole set up, I was all ready to go. But it didn't work out, man, because first off, there was an incident with a Dave in the wash and dryer. And he was like a quick mess guy. Now the tire goes round and round and round. He got pretty freaked out about that. He got to drive. He beat the shit out of the driver. He took the door off, started kicking into me. Then there was a lady in psychosis. She got a cup of coffee. She's walking down the center aisle of the ward with her hand between her legs, talking, my pussy's hot, my pussy's hot. If somebody got eyes and called security, right? Before I could make my move, they surrounded the whole goddamn ward and shit and locked it all down, right? They finally figured out the coffee had been poisoned. They didn't catch me, though.
He just admitted crime. He just admitted that he poisoned someone. Is that
He made
Bonnie?
these recently. He made these chairs. He cut the strips from the inside lining of potato chip bags. That's what this.
Whoa, what?
Chairs. He cut
Potato
the
chip
strips from
bags.
the inside lining of potato chip bags. That's what this metallic foil is. It's the lining of potato chip bags.
He seems to be a genius.
A clown in a straitjacket. Sort of himself, he feels, I think. Well, I'm Mark's wife, the most important person in his life, and he feels the love of his life.
She's a cat lady,
as
by
he
the
is
way.
mine. And we've been married for almost 14 years this month. This is a special album that I made just for Mark and me. I hope he gets a chance to see it someday. It's called Our Love Book. This was on our very first visit. He looked so happy.
What does he know?
We had just been married a week by proxy when I went down to visit him and met him in person for the first time. He's just got so many aspects to his personality. Great sense of humor. He's creative.
Let me read it.
Very artistic, not autistic, but artistic. Very good with his hands. He draws well. These are cards that he made from start to finish. They're braced behind with strips of cardboard. Gives it lots of dimension. Mark and Bonnie DeFriest, KT-95, The Dark Side of the Moon. If he had just accepted his first brief sentence of 4 years, he probably would have gotten out, but his personality didn't allow him to do that.
Mark's
I
occupation?
think the only way we're going to be able to get him out is to prove that he has some mental problems and that he never should have been incarcerated.
Self-taught mechanic, prison labor. So he just never had a job?
Hi, this is John Middleton.
Hi, Mr.
Manual
Middleton.
labor.
This is Bonnie. I haven't talked to you for ages.
Fixing machinery, repairing
Fine,
tools.
how are you?
He's a mechanic.
Oh, just fine. What's going on with Mark?
Well, I think, right now Mark needs some hope that he can hang on to. What I hope to do is, if possible, because of mental problems, I hope to get him released for time served.
Well, the only two avenues of relief for him is either clemency or the Florida Parole Commission. The way that you would go about pursuing either of those two avenues would be to get him psychiatrically evaluated. I agree with that.
Yeah.
That's the start.
Good. I just felt it's time for a change. This has gone on long enough, and if possible, I want to talk to Mr. Middleton and see if we can get him out.
Commission reviews Mark's case every 2 years. His next hearing is in 2 months.
I met Mark about 30 years ago. Of anybody that I know of in prison, Mark is probably, short of a death row inmate, one of the hardest people to get out, because Mark has put himself in about as deep a hole as you can get. His parole date is well beyond the expiration of his sentence, which is an indication usually that the Parole Commission doesn't want to let you out of prison. The commission has got a man who is a notorious prisoner in the state of Florida and probably a notorious prisoner across the country. And the only way he's ever going to get out is, in my opinion, because of his mental health status, and that finally society, including the Parole Commission, starts to address the issues of the mentally ill in prison. I have to review all that in order to put it together for the commission so they understand how Mark ended up where he is.
I was a wild child. They try to get me to interact with other people and children. I'm more interested in how things work.
I built this big old thing in the basement called the Radio Shack. And man, it was like Dr. Frankenstein's science fiction laboratory.
I'd spend days down there. They thought I was crazy with my electronics and chemicals and all this crap. A couple times I blew myself up. It got kind of weird. I started working with my father at an early age.
I don't think he did it.
We had a real close relationship.
There was definitely a father-son bond there. Everett was like to me, Everett was like an Indiana Jones.
Mark's stepsister, Barbie Taylor.
I loved Everett.
Maybe it's his stepmother?
If it could be done, Everett could do it. And so I think that's where Mark gets that.
So I'm guessing the father was going through some shit. So after when did... We don't know, right? We don't know when he divorced. Died in... What I'm guessing is Mark and James had a close relationship that fell apart after divorce. James's divorce. I'm guessing that's what happened.
Marilyn, his mother, we'd hear her scream about him and scream at him.
I'd see the stuff laid out on a table,
Like what kind of stuff?
like clocks. He loved to take clocks apart. Loved to.
I only met his mother twice. I thought she was a coal bitch. I thought that she didn't really care for Mark. I saw no love, I saw no hugs, I saw no I love you, I saw nothing of that nature with her.
His mother told me that when his parents were divorced, he was sent to a school for boys who were disruptive. I think that's how she phrased it. And he ran away from there. And because of having been an escaper early in his incarceration, he has turned the whole system against himself.
Let's see, what age is he? He's 1960.
Most people in jail, even the mentally ill ones, recognize that you don't tick off the jailers. He didn't get that.
I was going over there on my breaks, and then someone had something to say about that because they don't like that. I had been over to see him, and he just wanted me to hurry up and leave because he had a plan.
So next plan
Who is she, though? 24. Brenda C.
They were doing some welder in
Ex-wife.
Chattahoochee, doing some work on that bridge. They were doing some welding. And the whole
Brenda C. Who is Brenda C? What do you mean ex-wife? Brenda, it could be direct context of people linked to murders. Like, who the fuck is Brenda C? Set to be released. When he was 16, married 21-year-old Brenda. So he married twice.
whole system against himself.
Most people in jail, even the mentally ill ones, recognize that you don't tick off the jailers. He didn't get that.
I was going over there on my breaks, and then someone had something to say about that because they don't like that. I had been over to see him, and he just wanted me to hurry up and leave because he had a plan.
So the next plan was, they had a one shop there, if you believe it. They had all kind of tools and all kind of shit.
Basically, our carpentry training program here consists of woodworking. As you can see here, the class has just finished a wood bench.
They sent me to arts and craft school. They got this rolled up copper sheets. I'm just looking at it and looking at them, thinking, they really don't want me to stay here.
Cut a 12-inch piece of it and roll it up around a pencil. You got a beautiful gun barrel, right? So I put this on a piece of wood, cut out with the pistol grip. So I built these two double-barrel zip guns. So I took one of the guns and I taped it right in front of my nuts. And I had the other gun to crack my ass, right? So I took an ice pick and I drove my back tooth out. And I go to the nurse's station and I say, hey, man, my mouth all screwed up, my tooth fell out. And I open my mouth and got blood everywhere. It's all fucked up. She said, oh, yeah. So she calls in the emergency dental. And when you go to the dentist, they chain you all up with this leather belt around the waist, handcuffs and weight irons, and then they march you to the nose takers to get out. And you got 2 ladies with you and an armed guard for a terrific patient. The armed guard's got a little 38. So I go to the dentist, and he takes one look at my mouth and says it's self-mutilation. So he passes me up best he can. I said, in the lobby, they got a bathroom. I said, I got to piss real bad, man. So they let me go in there by myself. Wrong move. I come out the bathroom and threw down an armed guard, right? Pointed right at his face, and I said, if you move, I'll blow your fucking brains out. I got a pretty good psycho act when I want to, right?
And then all the nuts in there, they were all laughing at me like it was a
You know what? Maybe he did do it.
or something.
Maybe he did kill his father.
So I fired a zip gun. I shot the phone on the desk, right?
Then everybody go, ooh.
So I ran to the dentist's office, and there's a lot of traffic during the day.
And just my luck, I'm looking for somebody driving by that would be happy enough to donate their car to a worthy cause. And there was nobody convenient, there was no traffic. So I said, oh, well, backup plan 2, so I head for the swamp. I've already been in there, I know that.
At some point, was it like, oh my God, you're married to...
Satan. Satan.
It's like my grinder Parker's in that county hill.
So I run off in the woods, right? And you can catch me in a situation like that.
Escape from her.
He escaped there from there and come out here. Well, it broke 2 or 3 bolt cutters trying to get out the handcuffs, we figure. And that's when they told me that he had made some kind of little old
I feel like he's enjoying it a little.
out of some match heads or something like that. And,
I feel like Mark's gonna be back, right?
Of course, they put it up as a big.
He's gonna come
big
back
thing,
just for
you know,
fun.
To market, it wasn't anything at all.
I loved him. I loved him with all my heart. And he broke it into many pieces. You go to a hospital where they think they can help you, and you make a gun, and you try to run away, and you just keep getting into trouble, more years. How long do you think I'm going to sit here and wait for you?
So at this point, Mark finds his mental stimulant. Finds his mental stimulant. Intellectual stimulant? I think he enjoys it.
And that's when I said, forget this.
I just, screwed it up. Got in a bad situation where I needed a car real quick and got fucking jammed up and caught by the police.
He wasn't out there shooting people or anything of that nature. I don't think his crimes involved pulling a gun and stealing a car, if I recall correctly. If he did that in Miami, they'd give you a medal for not shooting somebody. But I think what happened is that the hospital probably didn't want him back either.
And then came the Bay County Jail bullshit. Now here we go again. We had a war going on. War of irritation.
Mark DeFries reacts, and that's what he has done through his entire prison life. And when you react in the prison system, you get squashed down.
Straight jacket.
Proper intelligence training teaches you how to deal with all that crap. I just tore the place down, literally. Then they put me in another cell.
Toothbrush.
But I smashed the light out and got in the back of there. You could actually climb in a pipe alley and get all kind of metal. So I got these big long crowbars, so I just bang, then just rolled the door down like a can of sardines.
Yeah, you read all the newspaper articles and all that crazy shit? I had them going there for a while.
That's when that doctor, that asshole doctor from Chattahoochee came down to Panama City, Bernard Berlin or something.
Dr. Berlin was appointed by the court to determine whether or not Mr. DeFries was competent at the time the offenses were committed and competent to stand trial.
Competency requires you have a factual appreciation of the nature of the proceedings against you. That means, do you know what all the different roles and procedures are in the court system? You know what a judge does, you know what a prosecutor does, you know how plea bargain works.
But he helped put it account. He knew Brenda, he knew us all, right? Because he was the director of the forensic ward, and he's the one that got asshole.
If I recall correctly, there was some animosity between Dr. Berlin and Mr. DeFries. And I say animosity that I don't think Dr. Berlin liked Mark DeFries. Whether or not that affected his evaluation, I don't know.
He was very clever in all of his escapes. He was very clever, very controlled, very planful. He made working guns from materials he could assemble in his cell in jail. He was not confused. He could follow a long conversation and stay on topic. No bizarre statements or actions. He knew what was going on around him.
And four of the 5 jailers, they had seen no evidence of behavior suggesting the presence of delusions, hallucinations, major thinking disturbance, or despondency. The 5th jailer, only recently hired, describes periods of strange behavior by the defendant during which he would appear to lose contact with his surroundings, eat bugs, and stomp around in the cell area for no apparent reason.
Eat bugs.
You can imagine what kind of story the officers of the jail are going to give concerning Mark. They're going to sit there, you know, if it's a thumbs up and a thumbs down, they're going to go, does it mean him going to trial? Yeah, he's competent. And there are actually 6 psychologists or psychiatrists who have done evaluations on Mark, 4 of which found him to be incompetent, and only one of them, 6, had unqualifiedly determined to be competent to stand trial.
I offered an opinion in writing, and
What
I
are you
said he was
saying?
competent in malingering. Malingering is the outright
He's doing
faking of
interviews.
symptoms you don't
He
have at
looks
all.
sane.
You know how you go through phases in life? I was in my gunsmith phase, where you can make a gun out of anything.
You see this? You see that's a toothpaste tube. If you look at it closely, it's handled like a gun, and that's not loaded, don't worry.
They jack it up a level and I jack it up some more. Parker make him take a joke.
Did the guns work, though? With rubber bands. Waiver of rights. I have signed this agreement rights. I understand what my rights will make the statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer this time. I understand and know what I'm doing. No promises or threats as made to me or pressure or coercion of any kind used against me.
Okay. Did you make an escape from that cell?
Yeah, I was in that cell that they had specially custom designed for me.
Where'd you get the stuff to make that last gun?
What do you want? The whole lowdown on how all this shit happened? Is that it?
Yeah.
When we dropped to the hall, man, one of these dudes has his damn mother and shit's out there, and he wants to go back.
They weren't much help to you then, huh?
I says, holy shit, man, I really got me a couple real good ones here.
Did you shoot at Cruz?
I wasn't shooting at Cruz.
You didn't shoot at him?
What's the purpose of it? He's done. He's hidden anyway. How could I shoot the son of a bitch? And the only reason I shot the gun off was because Charlie says just check and see what the gun really does. So I aimed at some plastic fucking thing on the wall and I struck it and it went poof. And then the goon squad come in, they beat the fuck out of me.
You're lucky you weren't still holding a gun.
Yeah, so they tell me.
Really? They'd have killed you.
That's what they say.
Okay, so it is your contention that you were not trying to kill Cruz?
Hell no, man. You can ask any of them dudes up there.
They charged him with attempted murder. He was placed in solitary confinement, lived in total darkness in a small cell, was not allowed to communicate. There were post orders, and in the post orders it states, no clothes for prisoner, no mattress or sheets, no matches, cigarettes, etc. Conversation limited to business only. Mr. DeFries was deprived of all toiletries, was deprived of toilet paper, soap, tissue, toothpaste. The water was turned off at his cell. He could not flush his toilet. He could not bathe or shower.
Oh, he has
He had to eat without utensils and in the darkness.
Thank you. Thank you.
North Vietnamese prisons.
Yeah, they tried to torture me. They were spraying all them fire hoses and water and all that bullshit in there on me. Fucking trying to kill me.
So you have basically a 10-day period, 11-day period of time where Mark had all this trouble. You have him being evaluated by Dr. Berlin, and you've got an escape attempt. And I'm not so certain that a single human being can take all of that at once.
They walked me across the courthouse. They plead guilty to life and we'll drop all these other cases we're charging we picked up in the jail. Man, I didn't give a shit. I just wanted to get out of that jail. Whatever it took.
At sentencing, this judge, quote, now have you been mistreated in any manner by any person? Defendant, I guess you can call
the way I'm being treated now mistreated.
The defense counsel said you had some comments you wanted to make at this point. Put it on record. Let's hear it.
Well, I'm being held over there in a hell's hole right now, naked. Look, I just want them to do something about it. You know, give me a mattress or some clothes.
I don't run the jail, but I can suggest to the jailers that if you can't give me a mattress and some clothes, why don't you drive them on down to Lake Butler today?
Ain't no way you can make them give me a mattress. Let me visit my wife.
We sometimes talk to the sheriff, but I think he wants you out of there, Mr. DeFries, just as bad as you want to leave.
Let's hope so.
Buddy, I'm calling to see if I sentenced Freeze today. Fingerprint him today, and he waives BS.
Yes, I see if they'll drive him down to Lake Butler today. That was it.
Zapped by his judge. Zipped away to start pen. Who made at least 6 zip guns during his stay in the Bay County Jail. Was bustled from a solitary confinement cell to state prison Friday after receiving consecutive sentences of 3 years to life and 15 years.
You have a psychological report dated August 3rd. By August 14th, he's pled and he's out of here. Pled to a life sentence. Now, I'm not certain that's the due process, quick process. I don't know if it's due process, but the bottom line is the amount of time this man receives is ridiculous compared to most people in the state prison system. And I've been going in prison 30 years, so I've seen a lot.
Life sentence. Projected parole. 2002.
Oh, you got the Christmas card?
Well, I haven't got the card. The letter's in here. Under the card.
What's he say?
He says about faithful friends here. Hello, my beloved friends. Sorry I haven't wrote much this year. I keep hoping and praying for good news.
His
So
friends
I can
forgot
write a
about him,
letter
man.
of good cheer, but nothing
What
much ever
friends?
happens of a non-depressive nature. Life just seems to roll on, and on, stuck in a quagmire of stone and steel.
I think at this point I get the basic point. Like, he's really good at what he does.
Gang. Dean of 15 prisoners on J-Wing. They hurt me so bad I needed surgery to put my body back together again.
Got fucked in the ass?
At what point did you stop believing you would ever get out of prison?
Right then and there. There was no coming out of that shit. Come on, man. Death is just a matter of, I'm already dead. I was already dead. I was a walking dead person. Who gives a shit? Nothing counted. Nothing counted, nothing mattered. So I just did the best I could to stay alive and wage war.
For the last 16 years, I've been a chain gang punk. And I confess, I seem more of a girl now than a man. I was a normal 19-year-old boy, man, with a wife I thought I loved. I wasn't gay or a transvestite. But what's a poor girl to do? Trapped in this zoo and this role for as long as I'm in here. I got this crazy Cuban husband, or jocker, or protector, or whatever you want to call him. They call him Uno. He's got all sorts of bizarre rules, and as long as I follow those and behave like a lady at all times, he treats me fairly well, I guess. The whole prison leaves me totally alone being hooked up with him. The problem is, I can never take a break from my role in the play as his woman, and we have problems when I grow tired of it. This is my life as Miss Wendy Castro in a really dumb play called Prison.
Let me tell you what I know of your history, Bob. My understanding is that you saw Mark probably 1980-ish, thereabouts. I don't know exactly. I think you were working in Chattahoochee or somewhere near there. He had been sent there because he was found incompetent to stand trial, and you were the only one that found him to be competent, if I recall. Is that right?
I'll tell you right off. The report that I got was very persuasive to Judge Minor.
Oh, absolutely.
But I'm going to just say this. I think I was wrong. I've done this for over 30 years, and I've learned a lot about mental illness. And people can be manipulative looking and clever, and they can think and plan and still be mentally ill. And when I use the term mentally ill, I mean psychotic, biologically broken. You'd step back and look at the big picture. This kid was doing things and not being anxious about doing them that were clearly harmful to his legal situation, even though he appeared to know they were harmful to his legal situation. He was very talkative, even in stressful situations, in interviews after arrests or attempted escapes. He laughed and joked and was talkative. After trying to shoot people with zip guns, he was loud and boisterous and rowdy and tore up his cell repeatedly. Frequent complaints about headaches, even at times when it would not affect evaluations. That's an important one. Even in my report somewhere, I said that he was, he used plans and he was organized, but people can be planful in the service of strange ideas.
I don't know.
Well, let me tell you my thoughts on where we're going as far as Mark is concerned. Mark, the Florida Parole Commission has the authority over Mark to release him over anybody else. I've gotten people that have done a lot worse things than Mark Priest has done. But we're going to have to get the commission to parole him with the understanding that if he screws up, they can yank that parole.
If we...
Wait. What do wrongfully convicted felons have in common? What are some things? Common behaviors they have? Their variety: PTSD, trauma and psychological effects, depression, anxiety, loss of trust in justice system. After being wrongfully convicted, many individuals lose faith in the legal and justice system. Survivor's guilt. Those who are exonerated and may experience guilt about surviving prison, when others who are also innocent may not have been freed or may still be incarcerated. Sense of isolation. Alienation from friends and family. Wrongfully convicted individuals often experience an entanglement, estrangement from families, friends, communication due to stigma of a criminal. Social isolation in prison. During their incarceration, many face ostracism from others in prison who may view them with suspicion or see them as weak because of their wrongful conviction. Fighting for justice. Persistence in seeking exoneration. Many wrongfully convicted individuals show extraordinary determination to prove their innocence, often appealing their cases repeatedly or seeking legal help to uncover the truth. I think that's what he's doing. I feel like he's innocent. Engagement with activism. Justice reform. Hypervigilance. Many wrongfully convicted individuals develop a heightened sense of alertness and caution due to their experience in a hostile prison environment. Adapting to prison life. Over time, many wrongfully convicted individuals adapt to the culture of incarceration out of necessity, learning rules of the prison and sometimes becoming hardened, developing a prison mindset. Struggles post-exoneration. Often struggle with re-entering society, finding stable employment, rebuilding lives. Seeking accountability. Exonerated individuals may feel a strong desire to seek accountability from those who wrongfully convicted them, including law enforcement, prosecutors, and judges. Financial hardship, cognitive emotional consequence, common behavior. Wrongfully convicted individuals often exhibit an incredible amount of persistence in trying to prove their innocence, even in the face of insurmountable obstacles. Isn't that what he's doing right now?
Mislead them into thinking they can deal with him rationally.
Do people who know they committed crimes do the same things? Or what are some behaviors of criminals who admit guilt and know they're guilty? Criminals who admit guilt and acknowledge their wrongdoing may exhibit a range of behaviors. Acceptance and responsibility. Direct admission. Criminals who admit guilt often do this in a direct, clear manner. They provide detailed conditions or accept responsibility for their actions, trying to deflect blame, acknowledgement of harm, lack of denial, emotional reactions. Some criminals experience genuine guilt or remorse after committing a crime, indifference or lack of emotion. In contrast, some criminals may show little to no emotion, displaying indifference, pragmatic or strategic conviction, cooperation with authorities, appearing remorseful to influencing sentencing, acceptance of consequence, willingness to serve time. Many criminals who admit their guilt do so with the understanding they will face punishment. Compliant behavior, they may show more compliance with the legal system. Reflective or pensive behavior. I don't think he did it then. He's trying to get out.
That may work against us.
Well,
because he knows he's innocent.
Absolutely, because you can sit there and say he can't help it. It's the way he is. And that, you know, that, and there are, and that the downside to that is that they don't like the way he is.
Who are some common Houdinis? Common Houdinis?
I do think that Dr. Berlin appears to be a very seasoned psychologist. And when I say a seasoned psychologist, I think he's a different psychologist today than he was when he first interviewed Mark many years ago. And that happens to all of us.
I suspected from reading my old documents from 1981 that he probably was mentally ill back then. My problem is that right now I have yet to quantify it, to find objective data that support it.
Do most of these
the
people
data have to be the final arbiter.
Admit crime? Do most of these people are most of these people guilty or wrongfully convicted? Mention context, guilt of various crimes. Harry Houdini was not a criminal, he was a musician. Okay, Theodore John, whatever his name is, was convicted of series of bombings carried over 2 decades. He admitted to the crimes and the evidence of him overwhelming, so he was guilty of these bombings. Nelson Mandela, wrongfully convicted. The Great Escape. Individuals involved in the Great Escape were prisoners of war who escaped from German prisoner of war camp, so they're innocent. D.B. Cooper, guilty. Hijacked a plane, extorted a ransom. Okay, so he's guilty. 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 Not guilty. 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 It's mostly guilty. Wrongful convictions. In contrast, this was one example. So I guess it's a mix. He escaped 7 times. Why might people try to escape prison many times? Are they usually the guilty ones or wrongfully convicted ones? People attempt to escape prison often do so for various reasons, which can be influenced by individual circumstances. Reason for escaping prison: harsh or inhumane conditions, desire for freedom or survival, loss of hope, wrongful convictions or innocence, desperation and a sense of injustice, lack of legal support or resources, hope for exposing larger systematic issue, mental health issues, personal motivation for revenge. Many individuals who attempted to escape from prison are guilty of crimes they were convicted of. For these individuals, the motivation to escape may stem from desire to avoid the consequences of their actions, such as a long prison sentence. Wrongful convictions. Some people who are wrongfully convicted attempt to escape because they are desperate to clear their names or believe the system will never correct the injustice. I gotta see more interviews. Okay, so I'm assuming he was escaped. I gotta see more interviews.
Wave my hands at someone. Okay, thanks. Let me just finish setting this up and then I'll
So he's trying to escape because he's mistreated.
introduce myself again. Okay, I don't
And he happens to
know
be
if you
really
remember
smart.
me. We met back in 1981. I was a lot younger then.
I remember.
Let me just back up a little and start with why I'm even here today, lo these many years later, because I think it would help you understand where I'm coming from. It was my opinion now that my opinion then was inaccurate. There were things I didn't know then that I know now that would have made me look at you differently. Everything would have been different. Are you okay talking with me?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to read each of these sentences to you one at a time, and then you're going to tell me if it's true or false for you. All right. I like mechanics magazines. Is that true or false for you?
True.
I have a good appetite.
True.
I wake up fresh and rested most mornings.
False.
My daily life is full of things that keep me interested.
False.
I believe I am being followed.
Definitely.
I feel that I have often been
He said it
punished
himself.
without cause.
True.
Wait, what was the question?
I feel that I have often been punished without cause.
True.
What did he say?
I feel that I have often been punished without cause.
True.
What? What did he
I
say?
love my father, or if your father is dead, I loved my father.
True.
He says true.
I am sure I get a raw deal from life.
Yeah, that one's true.
That's true?
Yeah, life sucks.
Much of
He's
the
about
time
to
my
cry.
head seems to hurt all over.
True.
I have not lived the right kind of
Punish
life.
without cause. Yeah,
I
they couldn't
often
find a
hear
bullet.
voices without knowing where they come from.
Couldn't even find the
Sex
gun.
life is
So, like,
satisfactory.
how did the father die?
Even when I'm with people, I often think I wish I were a child again. When I get bored, I like to stir up some excitement. I often wished I were a girl. Very few lads. Much of the time, my head seems to hurt. In love with it. My head seems to hurt. I'm afraid of losing my mind.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what the doctor
My
asked.
mother is a good woman, or if your mother is dead, my mother was a good woman.
That's a no. What did he say?
True, I guess.
True, I guess. That's a
My
no.
soul sometimes leaves my body.
False, but I'm trying. Lots of hallucinations.
See, he's
I
trying
am
to.
certainly
He's trying not to cry
lacking
right
in
now.
Self-confidence.
False.
I would like to be a florist.
You're what?
Florist, someone who works in a flower shop.
True.
All right, I gotta turn this
That's it?
fucking music off.
Well, that's it for the test, yes. I think we'll just end it for today and then we'll start up again tomorrow. Do you have any questions?
How is all this crap relevant to my mental state?
Well, I suspect if I am right about what I think may be wrong with you, that I may be able to make your life a lot better.
Well, it's nice to see you again, Dr. Berlin.
You're a gentleman to even say it, but yeah, I'm
Yeah. You said I was a, what was it? You said I was a malingering idiot?
Well, what can I say? There are things that you do and say when you're young that you then decide later were wrong.
But where's the fairness in all this crap? I mean, for real, I went to prison when I was, what, 20? For doing a bunch of stupid shit. I ain't never hurt nobody, and here I am still, huh? Done 30 years and got 30 more to go. Well, ain't that nice?
This is his MMPI profile from today. This
I don't think he killed his father. Probably false. So what did he go to jail
scale
for?
measures all kinds of symptoms of mental illnesses of all different types.
He's wrongfully
Everything
wrongfully
below this
convicted.
line is the normal range, essentially. It's 90% of the people who get those scores are considered normal. So when it falls above that score, it's proven to be clinically useful as a tool. This score here on scale L If he had had everything else in the normal range, that scar alone would have told us he had delusional paranoia.
Wait a minute. Wikipedia. Why did it say his father suddenly died? Who wrote this? But has been in cyber 36 years, 13. What is this? Who the fuck wrote this thing then? This was written 2016 by all accounts. Should never have ended up in prison. Mirror.co.uk. Who are these people? The Heart of Britain. Owned by parent company? Who's the parent company? Reach. Saved my life. Who is Mirror Daily? And are they in favor of Julian Assange and Edward Snowden? Let me just see what their political stance is. It's likely referring to Daily Mirror, well-known UK-based newspaper rather than a publication. The Daily Mirror has expressed various opinions regarding Julian Assange. Edward Snowden, surrounding whistleblowing Julian Assange, generally has supported Julian Assange, founder of WikiLeaks, in favor of press freedom. Edward Snowden expressed support for Snowden as well, focusing. Okay, so they're pretty good people. So they're in favor of
Paranoid thinking.
innocence.
Especially somebody this paranoid tends to do the preemptive strike thing.
But I guess their propaganda is that they're trying to make it seem like he had nothing to do with his father's death.
Get you before you get me.
Like, it's
Unless
still
he
a
wants
good
to feel
cause,
like he's
but,
in
like,
control in a setting
they're
where
still lying
everything
here.
tells you you're not in control.
Hello?
John?
Yes.
Hey, it's Bob Berland. I'm sorry to bother you. Can you talk a minute?
Sure, you're not bothering me at all.
I saw Mark DeFries today, and we know from the MMPI there's something out there. We're not just spitting in the wind here. This is a good MMPI, and he's really mentally ill. And now I've got to develop it. I don't want to just go in there with one source of data because they're not going to believe me. I think that, at least in part, his problems stem from brain injury, but I still have to prove that. At this point, a lot of what I have, other than the fact that he's genuinely psychotic, is intuitive, and that isn't going to stand up anywhere.
Hi, Doctor. How you
Bob
doing?
Berland, glad to meet
Good
you.
to see you.
Prefer to hear it, and it helps give me a check on truthfulness, and sometimes the mentally ill people don't want to admit to what's wrong with them, so I have to go around them. You shouldn't be intimidated. There's no right answer. I don't expect you to remember things you can't remember. What kind of things did he do to earn disciplinary reports?
I would say that a number of the disciplinary reports that were filed against Mark DeFries were false accusations.
By staff?
By certain staff.
Were there substantiated complaints against him as well?
At times. They were minor.
Okay.
It was things like the kind of language that he might use when he was being interviewed by a correctional officer.
He talks about having killed the president, and that's why he's in there. And he makes a joke of that all the time.
Okay, and that's a kind of an odd thing to say. Do you have any sense of why he says that?
I think he's just being funny. And he's using one last vestige of humor. You know, where he finds it, I don't know.
All right, gentlemen, I agree. I admit it. I shot Lincoln.
More interviews.
All right, then.
I'm going to ask you some questions today. What I need to do is get other data so that I can make a good case to whoever's going to listen to this, whether it's in Florida in the parole board or the medical staff here. This evaluation is about finding out the truth.
I tell you the truth, what I do to survive is considered unacceptable behavior. So now we're at this point in reality where it really doesn't matter anymore. So I'm just more interested in what you got to say.
Well,
from a scientific point of view. You know I'm a scientist, right?
I didn't, but
He told me that. I've done a lot of firsts in prison.
You do know that he played with a lot of electricity.
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, he played with electricity a lot. I mean, to the point where he would, you know, rewire things, make things.
Somebody built the Walkman. I built the Buttman in 1989.
The what?
The Buttman.
I'm not even gonna go there.
You know, nowadays they got all kind of little micro radios, M3 players, and all. I mean, real small shit, right? But there's all kind of problems associated. First off, making a radio small enough to keep it in your ass, and then the sound. You know, you want something that sounds decent, or at least a graphic equalizer, and everything else, right? Man, put the whole radio together. It was about that big, about the size of a big cigarette lighter. And like I said, Sony made the first Walkman. I made the first Butman.
Saturday night, they just counted and I lift off my G.I. Joe Action Battle assault pipe. AC/DC, rocking on Rock 105, Highway to Hell. I built a new micro. Her name's Susie Q. In honor of my rat them Nazi motherfuckers murder. I doubled my workout. 500 jumping jacks, 500 sit-ups, 500 push-ups, 250 knee-bends. And I am running 2 hours. I may need it to survive. This place is a trip. Flash, 9:24 p.m. I set the radio up. Alice in Chains, Man in a Box. Party tonight. A bomb landed, 4 coffee bags, half ounce of weed. Crime goes on. G.I. Joe Online.
I just realized, when he was getting fucked in the ass, notice how he didn't say, I killed my father as self-defense. Like, if he really did kill his father, he would have said that. Like, when he was turning Trentons and everything.
10:02 p.m. Yes. Guns N' Roses. Redoing Knocking on Heaven's Door, one of my all-time favorite songs. Sing it, Axel. Lift off, Daddy's all out early. Fuck it. Eddie singing with David Lee Roth, Van Halen tripping. I am drinking a hot cup of coffee. Jaws, now reloaded. Pink Floyd, The Wall, locked and loaded. Wait, no on tray pickup. Start showers on the first floor. My love opens the hut. My love opens the door.
All right, man, I get it.
The more disciplinary reports you get, the more serious of a management problem you're considered, and thus the more severely you're treated.
First conscious memory, I always had headaches.
And do you wake up with them, or do you?
Sometimes, yeah. You know, I don't sleep in like 2, 3, 4 hours a day. I sleep more than 4 hours, and I wake up with a monstrous-ass headache.
Are you aware of him having any major blows to the head at any point? Even
I want to know who killed the father.
I'm not aware of that.
There are some...
What I am aware of is only a hearsay.
Okay.
That
theories
Everett, who was his father,
on who killed
would get
Mark
home at night,
Frost's
and Marilyn, who was his
father.
mother, would have shaken him and said,
There are
you know,
several
I've
theories
had it with this
regarding
child,
the death
you know, and
of
she would
Mark
shake him.
DeFrost's father. There's no definitive evidence. Mark DeFrost's involvement, accidental or intentional. States that he accidentally killed his father trying to repair a firearm. According to this version of events, Mark and his father were engaged in dispute. Mark has been trying to fix or unload a gun. Theory of accident. Some argue that it was indeed an accident. However, the manner of this death, having been shot at close range, lack of clear motive, self-defense, or fear of abuse, I don't think this is it. Roles and external parties. If I had to pick it, it's probably this. Some theories suggest that there may have been external involvement or that Mark was framed for the crime. One theory possesses that someone else could have been involved, either directly or indirectly, and blame Mark for shooting. Cover-up theory. While others, possibly family members or associates, sought to conceal the truth of what happened or protect someone else for the crime. Cold-blooded murder, deliberately... Nope, that ain't it. Mistaken identity or other motives. There has been whispers about mistaken identity or possibility that James DeFries was accidentally caught in the crossfire, psychological factors, emotional turmoil. It's possible that the emotional and psychological stress... Wait, there's another theory. Wait, 4. James DeFrost committed suicide. Maybe.
I believe firmly in my heart he was shaken a lot.
Have you ever heard of shaken baby syndrome?
Yeah.
Your brain sloshes around and it causes damage even though your head doesn't hit anything. A lot of times when people have major falls, even if they don't hit their
But
head.
if that was the case, yeah, probably not. If that was the case, they would have found a bullet in his head. Probably not. They would have found a gun and they would have found a bullet.
They
right?
suffer brain injury.
How about when I flew out of the Leon County Jail? I was on the 3rd floor, and some Klingons were pointing some guns at me, and they said, "Stop, we'll shoot." I said, "Shoot, cocksucker," and jumped. Does that count? And put me in an all-black cell block. There was 19 blacks in there, and I'm the only white guy. And they tell me, "Say, listen, motherfucker, if this guy fucks up and does anything wrong, we're taking y'all's TV and canteen privileges."
He's very much alone. He wouldn't be comfortable in crowds. He wouldn't be comfortable in a store. He wouldn't be at all comfortable in a group.
I don't like being around people.
Okay, but
I mean,
specifically,
a lot of people, you get perceptions of what people are going to do or
what
thinking.
kind of perceptions can you get?
But most of the time I was right.
And I'm not disputing that. I'm trying to find out what it felt like to you.
Just felt what they were, you know.
Like they were a threat to you?
Yeah. But I knew one of the dudes in there. A dude named Cecil Hunter.
Baby mother or stepmother?
I said, "That's a great idea. What do you got? What are you doing?" So they pull out these HS-12 Remington DuPont carbon chip diamond blades, right? I said, "How long you guys had these?" "Oh, we had about a month." I said, "What are you still doing here?" So I ripped the tone off the wall, took the damn light fixtures apart, got some pipes, made a double-barrel zip gun. So start sawing the bars. It takes 8 hours to get through one cut, 8 hours to get through another cut. And I gotta admit, things were coming apart in there. A lot of dissent. They were about to take that gun away from me and stick it in my ass. So at 9 o'clock, I made the move, and Bob Seger was on the TV playing Turn the Page.
Here I am on the road again.
When you were escaping, were you doing it as much for entertainment or because you really thought you could get away?
Coming to prison, you know, it's like a big game. They say you can't, I say I can, and it's kind of funny.
There we go. He finds his intellectual stimulant.
I landed in a girl's exercise yard. I actually jumped up and I flipped myself up on the top of the razor wire. Then I was so wired up. I was 2 miles down the jail before I even realized I broke both feet and my wrist. I got the truck going and it run through a roadblock.
He couldn't like go around it.
This cop pulls up right behind me in a Ford Fairmont. I just put the thing in reverse, and the truck just climbed right up on top of the car, smashed the roof down, and they started to blast the truck out from under me, man. I got down on the floor and hit the gas, and got stuck in somebody's living room. So they were really, really upset, man.
Sleepy recaptured, high-speed chase.
The reason I ask all this is because you talk about you being a survivor, but it seems like the things that you think you've done to help you survive have caused you more trouble. And that's what I'm trying to understand.
No, I'm still alive, and lots of people I know ain't.
But if you had been able to not do some of these things that got you in trouble with the authorities, might you have been out on the street sooner?
Yeah, I've been gone long ago. You know, if I just a rapist or a murderer or something, they let me out. I'm an idiot that made them look like idiots.
Hello.
Hey.
How did it go?
What did he say?
But if you had been able to not do some of these things that got you in trouble with the authorities, might you have been out on the street sooner?
Yeah, I've been gone long ago. You know, if I just a rapist or a murderer or something, they let me out. I'm an idiot that made them look like idiots.
Hello.
Hey.
How did it go?
That's good. Very good.
Talking about the assassination of President Lincoln.
I don't think he's where he should be. I think he needs help, but I don't think he's where he should be. I don't think he's going to get the help he needs where he is.
This is the Florida Parole Commission. This is the hearing room A, where 3 times a month hearings are conducted for persons, inmates incarcerated in Florida who are hoping to get paroled at some point in time.
The PPRD, that's the presumptive parole release date. And for this individual, it's currently set for August the 13th, 2082. And we are recommending, our parole examiner is recommending.
They're requesting an extension of 60 months.
Mark has never felt there was any any possibility that he would ever get paroled. But this time, Dr. Berlin, he has the information to really try to help Mark. It's time to get him out.
So what is he doing now? Is he out yet?
Tomorrow is a 10-minute presentation. I'll take up about 2 or 3. You can take up 3 or 4, and you can take...
Wait, what happened? What happened after? What happened after 2015? His story continues to be shaped by his long legal battle, his time in prison, and his efforts to obtain a fair trial and release. The events following 2015 primarily revolves around his legal struggle, prison life, and eventual release. Here's an overview of the key developments. 2015, continued imprisonment and legal challenges. Mark DeFries was still serving time for the murder of his father, though his legal team continued to argue that his conviction was based on inadequate legal representation and that he had been wrongfully convicted. Despite this, DeFries remains in prison and his case continued to garner attention. 2016, legal battle for release continued to attract public attention, particularly those from advocating for prison reform and those who believed that Mark had served an excessive long sentence. Some people believe that he had been treated unfairly during his trial, which led to efforts to gain support for his release. Continued prison sentencing. Even though some advocates were calling for his release, DeFries' time in prison continued, with multiple parole hearings being denied. He remained incarcerated in Florida, where he had been sentenced to serve time for the crime he was convicted of. Support and public advocacy. Mark DeFries' story had gained more attention through documentary articles. 2015, The Florida Man. 2020, released from prison. In 2020, after serving over 40 years in prison, Mark DeFries was released. I bet you he's going to be back. His release came after a long legal battle, public battle. Several factors continued to his release. Support. Having probably around the world, pushing for a review of his conviction and sentence. Efforts to reevaluate sentence. Legal challenges that led to reevaluation, including his arguments that his sentences was excessively long, especially given the nature of his crime. Parole. DeFries was given parole in 2020 and he was released from prison. Post-release. After Mark's release, he faced challenges reintegrating into society, finding stable employment, and adjusting to life after spending so much time being incarcerated. However, his release was seen as a victory, and it helps shed light on issues with the U.S. imprisonment system, particularly regarding over-sentencing and the treatment of those convicted of crimes during their youth. DeFries' release also raised awareness about cases involving individuals who've been in prison for decades and were sometimes forgotten by the justice system. His case continues to a point of interest for prison reform advocates, legal experts, and those believed in second chances for individuals who have served long sentences. 2025, DeFries is no longer incarcerated and has reportedly started new life outside of prison. The details of his post-release remain private, but he continues to be remembered as someone whose case raised significant wrongful convictions. In summary, 2015, Mark DeFries' legal battle and public advocacy continued until his eventual release in 2020 after serving for over 40 years in prison. His case has remained a focal point for those advocating for prison reform and addressing issues of wrongful convictions and over-sentencing in the U.S.
Take up a couple. The bottom line is,
the question is who set him up?
Looking at Mark's file as it sits right now, they've got DRs there where he's threatened
to somebody set him up,
firebomb an officer and do all kinds of things. They've got DRs of that nature.
A person would not spend that much time in prison. And because of his behavior, he has remained.
So when exactly was he
What I do
released?
think,
2020?
commissioners, is that Mark can do what's necessary of him to at least be considered for parole. And he has not been able to do that in the past. I recognize that, and I'm not here to even talk about his prison record because it'd be silly for me to do so. Mark, when he pled many years ago, there was a question about his competency. And what's unusual is the gentleman sitting back to the right of me is a person whose reports the court relied upon in finding him competent. Dr. Berlin would like to say a few words for you if he could. I originally saw him in 1981 and at the time thought he was pretending to be incompetent, and because of that I thought he was also not mentally ill. And when I say mentally ill, I mean psychotic. I evaluated him again in 2009 with testing and interview, and both independently indicated a severe psychotic disturbance. Psychosis is the result of a biological malfunction in the brain, most often from brain injury or inherited disorder, or, as I think in his case, some combination of the two. I believe his bad behavior in lockup from 81 to the present has been largely the result of this psychotic disturbance, especially the manic paranoid part. There is no reason not to try medicating him and see if he acts better, including in a less closely confined setting in prison.
What prison?
I think I've said everything I need to.
What county is it
I'm
from?
Bonnie DePriest. I'm Mark DePriest White. For the 15 years that we've been married, I've been Mark's closest confidant and
Gadsden
support
County,
person.
Tallahassee.
His lifeline, so to speak. He tells me if it wasn't for me, he would have gone over the edge long ago. We have a solid relationship
Gadsden
throughout
County.
which I have shown him a deep personal commitment based on a profound soul.
What about Gadsden County? What were some problems in Gadsden County Prison? Is that how you spell it? Gadsden. Several significant issues over the years, including concerns about poor conditions, overcrowding, lack of adequate medical care, alleged abuse, and legal challenges. Some of the notable problems in counties are overcrowding. Okay, so he faced every one of these challenges. Inmate abuse. Over the years, there have been allegations of abuse by prisoner staff at Gadsden County Jail, includes physical abuse, verbal harassment, excess use of force by corrections officers. In some cases, complaints have been made about guards using unnecessary physical restraint, use of force, unsanitary living conditions, disease and infection, versatile mold, pest infestations have been cited as contributing to unhealthy living conditions. Inadequate staffing supervision. Some things face challenges maintaining adequate staffing levels. Poor supervision, Okay, so this is probably how he escaped, leading to poor supervision of inmates. Insufficient staffing can lead to security issues, inmate violence, and lack of oversight regarding inmate behavior. That's an important thing. That's how he was able to escape. They didn't have enough staff. In some cases, understaffing has also led to delays in addressing inmate complaints or providing basic services. So I'm just going to say Gadsden County Jail is understaffed and shitty. Legal and human rights concerns. Unlawful detention, lack of due process, failure to provide adequate medical care, racial disparities, lack of rehabilitation programs. Rehabilitation programs have been criticized for being insufficient. The program, which could include education, job training, substance abuse treatment, are crucial. Suicide and suicide attempts. There has been reports of suicide and suicide attempts at Gadsden County Jail, which highlight the significant mental health challenges faced by inmates. I guess it's a shitty jail.
Level, love, unconditionally. And my entire focus and purpose has been to help him heal, mentally, emotionally, and physically, because make no mistake about it, Mark's incarceration itself has added to whatever psychiatric problems he came in with.
Dying all around. People were dying all around me, man. The goon squad was killing people off the books. The state was killing people legally, so-called legally. 43 people died when I was in that special cell. 1 woman and 42 men. Yeah, Ronald Strait, Danny Romino, Gene Stano. Ted Bundy's neighbor for a long time. I was in the cell right above him when they barbecued his dumbass. It was just like the wild, wild west of corrections.
It was a sad place. And it was just as I thought that I might have the goods on this gun squad and stop some of the beatings that were going on, I get this announcement that I'm going to be moved to Orlando. Now, I know that if things are really hot in Florida State Prison, it wasn't a question of if an inmate was going to be killed, but only when would it happen.
Saturday, July 17th, 1999. My dear honey, they're gassing Frank right now. The exhaust fans just went off and they locked all the doors. Frank is the one on my left shoulder in the X-Wing photo in the orange shirt. They're getting really wild about their beatings these days. With Captain Thornton on set, they may beat him to death. That cracker's crazy. Poor Frank. 10:03, no action. All is quiet. 10:11 a.m., no action. Don't know what's going on. 10:13, flash, here they come. Aliens on 2 West Floor. I heard Thornton say, "You ready to come out?" And he got a suck my dick, fuck boy. Pop goes the door. Went in on. I hear them beating the shit out of him. Shit eaters beat him to death. Could have just as easily been me. If you get this, it'll be a miracle. I send all my love. Mark.
A low-level, non-violent prisoner and turned him into what Mark DeFriest became in the Florida prison system. We failed Mark DeFriest.
That sounds like a
Now
political
that
statement.
reliable professional opinion has been brought to the forefront, we can finally begin to help Mark change
It feels
his
like he
behavior
doesn't really care,
and
but
his
he
life
has
in
to
a
because he's
realistic
facing
way.
criticism.
Thank you, commissioners.
I think that this case is a little bit different than some of the others. And certainly, under normal circumstances, I would ask for an extension of his date. But because his date is already
She really is a good person,
so
though.
high, based on his age and his tentative release date, I think that that I could make no change. And then I would be willing to recommend to the Department of Corrections that they evaluate him for mental health counseling and also recommend, any psychotropic medications as needed.
Improper use of phone privileges, possession of alcohol.
Hey, Mark. How you doing, man?
All right.
Have you seen, bud?
Still alive.
I can see that. How you been?
I just made level 3 of this system. I just got here last month.
Is that the lowest level here?
Yeah, there's a lot of freedom here. They needed somebody to paint their cell block in the south unit up there, A3, and I volunteered and they gave me a job painting. They let me run the crew and I recruited 2 other guys and we painted the whole place for them.
And you were commended by your classification officer, right? How
Yeah,
well
they
you
said I did a real good job. Basically, they gave me a pizza party.
Okay, Mark, how come you cut down this DR pattern that you have?
Well, I've never thought I was ever getting out of prison. So, I mean, what is there but to live for the moment? But there is some difference now. It matters. I mean, you've given me the first glimpse of, having some sort of normal life. Getting out of here and watching sunset.
All right. You understand you can't use an inmate's PIN number to make a phone call, to call your wife.
Absolutely.
And you understand that you can't have apple juice in a swallow bottle. You can't do anything. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I can't get any disciplinary report.
You can't get any disciplinary reports. Are you willing to commit to the commission that you will do that and absolutely understand that you can no longer just exist for today, that you have to exist for tomorrow and plan? Can you do that?
Yeah, I think I can.
Good morning, everyone. We're glad you're with us today on this nice cold morning in Tallahassee. First case is item 1, page 1, Mark DeFriest.
Good morning, Mr. Middleton.
Good morning, Patience. How are you?
The examiner is recommending an extension of 60 months due to process disciplinary reports.
For the record, Commissioners, the last time this case came up, he had 25 processed DRs. That's what he had, and they were serious DRs. They weren't telephone violations or anything of that nature. And what's happened, Commissioners, is it's this commission's actions that has caused this change in behavior for Mr. DeFriest. Right now, his parole date is at 2082. This commission can take action in this case to encourage him to continue on his path of good behavior. He's trying to send you a message. Why don't you send him one back and say, we
What's that
appreciate
face,
what
bro?
you're trying to do. It won't hurt the commission at all.
I got to tell you, Mr. Middleton says that, he's sending a message. Boy, that's a funny message to send, getting DRs. Look, this case is very frustrating for everybody. And, I heard of Mr. DeFriest the first time I took a tour before I even heard the case of Florida State Prison when I first got up here. He's infamous, as an escape artist and all this kind of stuff. What,
if you want
to just can't get past the fact that what we did, we said, we'll take a pause, see what you can do, and he comes back with this kind of behavior. It's not changing.
It has changed, Commissioner.
Okay, we're gonna extend his date by 12 months.
All right, Commissioners, the next case.
I always said he was born at the wrong time. I always said he should have been born in the Wild Wild West days where they shoot him up. And I always thought that when he died, he would go out shooting.
I just wish that things could have been different and that he could have you know, been exposed to school and been exposed to computers as they came out and to everything that's happened in 27 and 3/4
The question is, who
years,
set him
like
up?
he said.
Somebody set him up.
Imagine what that brain
Like the
could have
stepmom
done.
here is kind of quiet here. Like she's not saying much. And then the mother too. It's like, what does the mother say?
It happened a long time ago. But I still feel sorry for the kid. You know? And he's no kid no more.
Is that the?
I was a young, dumb kid when I came in prison. You couldn't really talk to me or tell me anything, you know. I wasn't willing to listen. Look at me now, I'm old. I've got gray hair and wrinkles and hearing aids and, you know, I've been in prison 30 years. I'm tired. I want to just be left alone, go somewhere, get a job, take care of my wife, live with some semblance of a normal life.
Okay, so 2020. He gets out of prison. And Bonnie DeFreest dies in 2020. Ouch, man. He did see her, though, at least. Spent more than 30 years in prison, 27 in solitary confinement. His project early release date was 2085.
For more, we're joined now by the film's director, Gabriel London.
We've had a chance to tour around with the film, particularly in Florida. This is the ballot box that asks audiences whether he should have conditional parole release.
They told me not to smoke drugs, but I wouldn't listen. Never thought I'd get caught and wind up in prison. Chalk it up to youth, but young age I had this. I guess I just...
DeFreest hasn't had any infractions in 2 years, and his supporters are hoping to get his parole date drastically reduced.
Out of my system. Oh Lord, I never do it.
And they decided to meet again in just a couple of weeks to consider an early parole date for Mark DeFreest.
The lust of youth versus married security. I'm glad I'm here now.
Good morning, everyone. We are glad you are with us today. We have some high-profile cases on the docket.
It is my position that Mr. DeFreest is a prisoner of his own making. So my vote here would be to make no change to the PPRD of August the 13th, 2085.
My vote is to reduce his date by 845 months for a PPRD of March the 13th, 2015. Charlotte agrees that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Mark DeFreest was 19 when he was sent to jail. On Wednesday, the Commission on Offender Review cut his release date from 2085 to next year.
It's a good day. It's a good day in Florida. Yes, it is.
Despite his parole in Florida, he remains incarcerated. Oh, he's out. He's out now. And then soon after, Bonnie dies. His wife dies. Still assistant survivor.
I guess I just had to get it out of my system, out of my system. Out of my system. And that I did it all, and I know that I ain't missing. That I went and got it all out of my
I want to know what he's doing now. Mark DeFreest now. What's he doing now? Clip 2? What is this? When is the last time we saw him? When is the last time we saw Mark DeFreest? He's 64, and unfortunately, he's spending it in... What? What do you mean? I think I said I bet he's gonna be back, right? Today is Mark's 64th birthday, and unfortunately he's spending it in solitary confinement in Florida prison. An early gift from FL Doc was Leon on his inmate account, completely freezing his funds to make him pay cost of his incarceration. Double jeopardy, right? What do you mean he's still? What do you mean he's still in solitary confinement? He's out. What you mean? News? Is he not out? The last public sighting was his release in 2020. Legal battle that lasted 40 years. After his release, Mark DeFries largely stepped out of the public eye. The 2020 documentary Florida Man, which highlighted his life in legal battle, may be one of his last public appearances, the last public sources featuring him before his release. As of 2025, there have been no major public updates or appearances by Mark DeFries. It seems that after his long incarceration, he has sought to live more private life. Parole hearing, what do you mean? What year is this? 35 years. So it should be about 2019, right? Right before. Criminal status, incarcerated? No, he's out. Prison inmate may be freed after 36 years. It seems like something's going on Facebook, though. Okay. So is he out or not? He was rearrested as he checked into a mental... What? Spent 27 years in solitary confinement. Following publicity, DeFries was granted parole and release on 2019. 10 days later, he was rearrested as he checked into a mental health facility. What do you mean? What? Parole hearing release, prisoner status. Was finally granted parole on February 5th, 2019, with one of the conditions being that he spent 12 months in mental health and substance abuse treatment facility. It was agreed upon due to his proximity to Bonnie and home. He re-entered the facility in 2019. By February 13th, community outreach revoked DeFries' residence due to unspecified behavior violations. This raised the question of whether the Oregon facility was appropriately informed, prepared, or capable of providing DeFries with the treatment, structure, and care he needed for a successful transition into public life, as did the revelation that DeFries tested positive for methamphetamine at the facility. Director of the facility described DeFries as exhibiting bipolar mania. As the behavioral issue and drug use were violations of DeFries' parole, Oregon began his transfer back to the Florida State Prison only 10 days after his release. Although advocates were initially optimistic for a quick release on the second try, as of 2022, DeFries remains incarcerated. What the fuck, man? He went back, bro. So he goes back. He's rearrested. 2019. He's released and rearrested 10 days later. All right, so at this point, it's on him. Kind of. Where does it say? Inmate search. Prisoner Houdini just can't help himself. It got deleted. It got censored. Page not found. Record not found. Hold up, man. No word on when Houdini will leave California. Okay, so something's going on. Initial release on the second try. This one says, Prisoner Houdini just can't help himself, and record.net. Retrieved in 2021, and as of January 2022, DeFreeze remains incarcerated in Florida. And both of these pages have been deleted. So something's going on. Like they're hiding something. I feel like a little bit of propaganda is going on here. What does he know? What is the government afraid of? Or do they just want to continue the narrative that he was wrongfully accused? I mean, who knows? Maybe they just hate him. He's not a likable person, right? So maybe they just didn't like him that much. It's this bureaucracy. But whatever. Tragic. Could have been a genius. Anyway, Scott.
Personally welcome you and look forward to working with you.
Well, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. Mr. Bessent, thanks very much for being in the office the other day. Mr. Bessent, the United
Treasury
States today has
Secretary.
more income and wealth inequality than has ever existed in the history of our country. You got three people on top,
Department of
Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg,
The rest
who
of these
are now
people are
worth
not that
almost $1
important.
trillion. That is more
Transportation.
than half of the
Maybe
bottom
the CIA.
of our society, some 170 million people. Three people, more wealth than the bottom, 170 million. We have more concentration of ownership today than we have ever had. We have more concentration of ownership in the media, where a handful of billionaires like
NSA?
Musk, Bezos, Rupert Murdoch increasingly own the media and the information that the
NSA
American
fall
people
under?
receive. We have a corrupt campaign
Department of
finance
Defense.
system in which a small number of billionaires in both political parties make huge contributions into the presidential and congressional campaigns. When you have a small number of multi-billionaires who have enormous economic, media, and political power, would you agree with President Biden, who last
Tulsi
night
Gabbard.
stated, and I quote, "An oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights, and freedoms," end of quote. That's what President Biden said last night. I agree with him. Do you?
Senator Sanders, I enjoyed our visit.
Talk a little bit closer into the mic.
I enjoyed our visit, and I hope you got my follow-up materials that on the discussions, my previous
Thank you.
writings on the tariffs and China. And look, the three billionaires who you listed that all made the money themselves. Mr. Musk came to the country as an immigrant.
I understand that, but what I'm asking you is, when you have a handful of people like Musk, who will soon be part of the Trump administration, and others, when you have three people owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society, when these people have enormous influence over the media, when they spend huge amounts of money in both political parties to elect candidates, what Biden said last night is we're moving toward an oligarchy. I'm asking you that question. Do you think, forget how they made their money, do you think that when so few people have so much wealth and so much economic and political power, that that is an oligarchic form of society?
Well, I would note that President Biden gave the Presidential Medal of Freedom to two people who I think would qualify for his oligarchs. So
This is not a condemnation of any one individual. I'm just asking you, would so few people have so much wealth and power?
But
Do you think that that is an oligarchic form of society?
Senator, I think it depends on
How do you spell her name?
the ability to move up and down the income.
No, that's not really the answer. I mean, even if you had that mobility, no matter who those individuals might be. All right, but let me ask you another question. Right now in America, we have over 22 million workers who are making less than $15 an hour, and nearly 40 million people in our country earning less than $17 an hour. Shamefully, the federal minimum wage, despite the efforts of myself and other people here, have not been raised since 2009 and remains an unbelievable $7.25 an hour. Will you work with those of us who want to raise the federal minimum wage to a living wage to take millions of Americans out of poverty?
Senator, I believe that the minimum wage is more of a statewide and regional issue.
So you don't
This is going to be the CIA guy. Talks about Hunter Biden laptop. I've seen some interview. John Radcliffe.
A laptop owned by then candidate Biden's son was somehow a Russian intelligence operation, and 51 former intelligence officials used the imprimatur of IC authority to go along with that. I stood in the breach. I stood alone and told the American people the truth about that.
For you, for the folks at the CIA, speaking truth to power. And I want to again reiterate the question Senator Cotton raised. You've got to make sure that your analysis is objective. It's not politically influenced. We've got to make sure it's timely. This willingness to speak truth to power, even if it's uncomfortable. I would like you to speak to that again.
Well, Vice Chairman Warner, I appreciated the opportunity for you and I to visit, and as you recall, this issue came up, I was grateful then, and we'll take this opportunity to talk about what my record is in terms of speaking truth to power. If you recall, we talked about the fact that as a member of Congress,
anti-establishment.
I was
He seems to be a normal
the
guy.
individual who was outside the Judiciary Committee in 2019, listening to the former FBI Director Jim Comey say that my line of questioning was political, that the idea that intelligence authorities at the FISA court being abused couldn't possibly happen, was a bunch of nonsense. But I had reviewed those applications, and I knew that I was speaking truth to power, and the Inspector General and the subsequent FBI Director later confirmed that under oath. To that point, Director Wray this week in his exit interview said that China was the defining threat of our generation. I wrote that and said that 4 years ago as DNI, and when I did, I was accused of being political, but I wasn't. I was speaking truth to power. I wasn't outsizing the threat from China. In 2020,
Serious peril.
when a chairman of an intelligence committee misrepresented that a laptop owned by then candidate Biden's son was somehow a Russian intelligence operation, and 51 former intelligence officials used the imprimatur of IC authority to go along with that. I stood in the breach. I stood alone and told the American people the truth about that. So I think my record in terms of speaking truth to power and defending the intelligence community and its good work is very clear. And what
He's kind of sounding like a bureaucrat. He's a typical bureaucrat. How the fuck do you spell this thing? Bureaucrat. Is that how you spell it? I don't know. Bureaucrat. Spell it for me. Bureaucrat. He's a typical bureaucrat.
Assure
I
you
did this for the country,
those types
for the
of
American
instances,
people.
if I'm in that position.
I told the truth because that's what American people deserve. He's talking like a bureaucrat.
Position as CIA director and have to do that again, as uncomfortable as that can be, to be accused. The truth will ultimately defend itself, and I think that that intelligence will as well.
And the truth will defend itself.
Man, they
even
really
if that
hate this
truth
guy.
is counter to the views of a current administration. It will, at the end of the day, it has to be back to the truth. I got.
Health and Human Services Secretary. Hello, ChatGPT. I gotta see more interviews from him. Is that him?
Thank you. Welcome, Director Agency. 2016. But in fact, it began before that. In June 2016, before the investigation officially opened, Trump campaign associates Carter Page.
That's not him. What do you mean? Robert Mueller. Is that him? John Radcliffe? That's not him. What? Why do they look similar? Let's hear what he said.
Thank the chairman, and Ambassador Yovanovitch, I'd like to join all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in thanking you for your
Health
service.
and Human Services.
I'd like to ask you about
Oh,
your
there it is.
earlier testimony about your Senate confirmation, and Congresswoman Stefanik had asked
This is his
you
dream job.
how the Obama-Biden State Department had prepared you to answer questions about Burisma and Hunter Biden specifically. You recall that?
Yes.
And she mentioned that you had been asked or been prepared for a question about Hunter Biden's role on the board of Burisma, but I don't think that you gave us the answer or answers that the Obama-Biden State Department prepared you to give in response to that question. Do you remember what those answers were?
Yeah, it was something along the lines of, I would refer you to the Vice President's office on that.
So did they, in the course of that, brief you about the amount of money that Hunter Biden was being paid by Burisma?
No, this wasn't part of a brief.
During your call that there were any other companies. Is that the one that you, George Kent, earned or over you?
It could raise the appearance.
Shokin was fired by President Poroshenko,
This
correct?
is going to be the CIA guy.
And Prosecutor General Shokin was the one who had opened the investigation into Burisma, correct?
I think that's right, but I'm not actually sure.
He was in charge of it, at least at that point in time, as the Prosecutor General. And are you aware of the very public statements by the Vice President that of the prosecutor in testimony, Ambassador, I'd like to renew my request, Mr. Chairman, that Hunter Biden's testimony.
Joining me right now exclusively. You were in that meeting last week where Adam Schiff brought up the issue of Russia meddling. Can you tell us what happened? Can you tell us anything about this new information?
Well, think about it, Maria. You're asking me about details of a classified briefing that was intended to remain secret.
Right.
You're asking me about it because it's been reported on by the New York Times, and it's all too familiar. We see when there's a story about that is allegedly anti-Trump or negative for the president, It shows up in
That's the Harry
newspapers
Potter
because
guy.
either Democratic members or Democratic staffers leak it. The problem is in this case, they've leaked information that's
What's
not
his
accurate.
background?
Look, let me be real clear, because the narrative often from Democrats and the media is that Republicans don't think that the Russians have meddled in our
It's
election.
Wikipedia, so
They
it's going to be
did.
super
They
biased
meddled in
against him.
2016. They're going to meddle in
They can nominate
2020.
Radcliffe.
That's not the issue. The issue is why Russia is being so successful.
I don't know, but
in
I guess
shaking
Trump really
American
likes this guy.
confidence in the integrity of our
Succeeding Bill
elections. And the
Burrs.
reason is it's because Democrats keep perpetuating and accentuating and proliferating Russian propaganda for their political gain and for their political motivation against Donald Trump. It's Democrats that created the Steele dossier and peddled it to our law enforcement and intelligence communities. They did that so that Democrats could falsely accuse the president of conspiring with Russia for the better part of 3 years now, something that Bob Mueller said absolutely wasn't the case. It was the Democrats that put out a memo saying that everything had been done appropriately at the FISA court and that there wasn't illegal surveillance. All of these things have been done by Democrats to really, for their political gain, but has promoted everything that Russia's tried to accomplish, and the Democrats have been their biggest allies.
I don't know.
And at the same time, Adam Schiff, plain sight. All of
As you point out, Maria, I mean, Adam Schiff has been among the worst offenders here, falsely accusing the president of conspiring with Russia. Adam Schiff is the one that authored the FISA rebuttal memo saying that everything had been done appropriately when,
No,
as you
maybe
correctly
he's
point
nerdy.
out, he saw the same information that Trey Gowdy and I saw. He
Like,
saw
there's not a lot of
there was
emotions
exculpatory
when he
information.
talks.
He saw that the Steele dossier was central and essential to those FISA applications. And he went out and told the American people the opposite. And now he's at it again. But I don't know any American elections and American been told over and over again the Trump-Russia investigation beginning in
He seems
July
like a-
of 2016.
He seems like a Republican bureaucrat. But I guess that's it. Same thing with Doug Burgum. RFK, he's basically a classic liberal. Department of Agriculture, Commerce, Labor, Housing, Urban Development. These are all pretty much nonsense departments. But I guess this is it. This is the team. All right, done. Bye.